Contempt. So it's time for a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was naturally aware of the rule that he had to complete a mission after entering for a period of time. I wonder what the mission is? Lu Ming asked. That's good. After cultivating for so long, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, given your ability, the mission this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you feel that it is too difficult, you can withdraw from the mission. However, once you complete the 2-star mission, the reward will be unusually generous. The emissary from the Hall of Missions said. Emissary, can you let me see what the mission is? Lu Ming asked. Alright, the contents of the mission are in this jade token. Take a look. The emissary from the Hall of Mission waved his hand and a jade token appeared. It flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took the jade card. With a thought, the contents of the jade card appeared in his mind. After a long while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take on this 2-star mission. And NBSP. The emissary from the Hall of Missions smiled and said, Well, you're not the only one who's taking this task. There are several others. Tomorrow morning, you go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Let's set off together. With that, the emissary from the Hall of Mission turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the contents of the mission. The so-called 2-star missions were usually completed by the 2nd-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. The 2nd-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards were basically Martial King Realm experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a level 1 Empyrean Heavens Divine Guard and should not have taken on 2-star missions. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on 2-star missions. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a 1-star mission was not challenging at all. Furthermore, the reward after completion was very low. It was a pure waste of time. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder concept in his sea of consciousness. A day passed by quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the mission reception hall. When Lu Ming walked into the mission reception hall, he saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking, with graceful curves and was very beautiful. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last man was a burly man in his 30s. All 3 of them held a task jade card. Lu Ming took out the task jade card and channeled essential chi. Buzz! The task jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the task jade plates in the hands of the 3 people also trembled slightly and emitted light, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. It's them! Lu Ming smiled and walked up to him. He cupped his fists and said, The 3 of you, are you also going to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of the 2 sects? Not bad. The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He frowned when he sized Lu Ming up. What? The 4th person is you. You're just a half-step king. How could you receive a 2-star mission? Suddenly, the woman called out. Her tone was filled with contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked, What's wrong? I'm indeed a half-step king, so I can't take on 2-star missions? Haha, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-star mission represents? A 2-star mission is a mission that can only be accepted by a martial king. The 3 of us are all 1st-level martial kings and 2nd-level Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Moreover, a 2-star mission is dangerous even for martial king realm martial artists. You're just a half-step king realm, and you dare to take a 2-star mission? Are you looking for death? I really don't know what the Hall of Mission is thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to do this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and said loudly. Hee hee, is the 1st level of the martial king realm very impressive? Lu Ming's face darkened and he sneered. Level 1 martial king realm is nothing, but I can kill you with one move. Kid, I advise you to get lost. The young woman said. Alright, Huang Jing, stop talking. The burly man shouted at this time. The young woman seemed to be quite afraid of the burly man. She snorted coldly and closed her mouth, no longer saying anything. The burly man revealed a smile and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing's temper is a bit short. Please don't take offense. Lu Ming sneered and did not say anything. The burly man continued, but little brother, to be honest, this mission is really not something you can accept. Did the Hall of Missions make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the Hall of Mission and apply for a new mission. No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me. Lu Ming said. Suitable for you? Let me tell you, if you're not a king, then you're just an ant. Kid, you can shamelessly follow us, but let me tell you, when we encounter danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down. The young woman sneered. Hee hee, don't worry. I'm afraid you'll be a burden to me. Lu Ming was at loggerheads. What's the use of a sharp tongue? The young woman snorted coldly and walked to the side, not saying anything. All right, if that's the case, then let's set off together. But little brother, if you really do encounter danger, you'd better run away quickly. We really won't be able to take care of you then. The burly man said. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's quintessential essence had been converted to 99%. His thunder mentality was also constantly improving. The strength of his combat strength had increased by another level compared to the battle with Xue Chao more than half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some of the veteran kings. The burly man laughed bitterly and helplessly. He really did not know where Lu Ming got his confidence from. Then, the burly man began to introduce. I'm Su Zhong. Then, he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken a word and said, This is Song Ku. Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ku. You know the name of the last person. Little brother, how should I address you? Su Zhong asked. Oh, When Lu Ming was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by Huang Jing. You don't need to introduce yourself. You won't live long anyway. Huang Hing coldly, Huang Jing said. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to introduce them and just stood aside. All right, let's go. Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then, the four of them left the mission reception hall, rose into the air, and headed north of the Myriad Star City. Their mission this time was to head to the northern Liang Mountain and investigate the murder of a sect higher up. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in the northern Liang Mountain. The higher-ups of the martial arts grandmaster and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that after the incident, their corpses all disappeared. Moreover, both sects had a Level 1 Martial King Realm expert in charge. Chapter 465 Strange. Even with a Martial King Realm expert on guard, he was still slaughtered. The culprit must be a Martial King Realm expert. Their mission was to find the person who did it and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the northern part of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. It was a total of 13 million miles away from the Myriad Star City. However, with their speed they arrived in just 3 days. First, they had to go to the largest city in the Bailiang Mountain area, the Bailiang City. There was a base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in Bailiang City. There were already 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards here to investigate. Their first priority was to meet up with these 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards and understand the situation. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not all of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were young geniuses like Lu Ming and the others. There were also many older members of the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The purpose of the selection of the Detian Divine Guards that was held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. Without a doubt, these young Detian Divine Guards were treated much better. However, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would also recruit some Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. As long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient, one could join the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards. There were no requirements in terms of talent. On the other hand, these Detian Divine Guards were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They also had lessons from the Hall Master. They had to rely on themselves to complete various missions for the Detian Divine Guards in order to obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Lu Ming speculated that Huang Jing should be the same as him, a genius who had participated in the Detian Divine Guard selection. Looking at her age, she should have been from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared in front of them. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The four of them flew in and arrived at the base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other two Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The other two people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The two of them exuded a powerful aura. One could tell that they were martial kings with one look. This bald man should be at the same level as Su Zhong, a peak level 1 martial king realm. He's the strongest among us. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Brother Su, you've finally come. When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his hands. Brother Wang. Su Zhong also cupped his fists. The bald man's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest, and his expression changed. Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a half-step king realm kid following you? The bald man said. Su Zhong laughed bitterly. I'm not happy with you, Brother Wang. This little brother is also here to complete the mission. What? He's also here to complete the mission? Are you kidding me? A mere half-step king is here to seek death. Don't drag us down. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I told him to get the hell back to the Hall of Missions and cancel the mission, but he was so stubborn and insisted on following us. He's the one who's looking for death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes, said Huang Jing coldly from the side. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. Anyway, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes, the bald man said and did not look at Lu Ming again. They really look down on us. Lu Ming touched his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on martial artists below kings. He could not be bothered with them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. Brother Wang, how's the situation? Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. This time, the Sky Cloud sect and the Illusionary Sword sect were attacked. All the warriors above the martial Grandmaster realm from the two sects have disappeared. Not even their bodies were left behind. I'll take you to the two sects to take a look first and then I'll tell you in detail, the bald man said. All right, then we'll set off immediately. Su Zhong nodded. The group of 6 headed towards Sky Cloud sect. Sky Cloud sect was built on a cluster of peaks. The clouds were misty, and the peaks were surrounded by cranes. It was a magnificent scene, like a fairyland. Many palaces and pavilions were built on the peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that Sky Cloud sect was at least 10 times stronger than the mystical sword sect. Thinking about it, with a martial king in charge, it was already equivalent to a medium-sized empire. How could it not be strong? But now, Lu Ming could not sense any powerful aura in this sect. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! A few beams of light flew out from Sky Cloud sect. These were a few martial arts Grandmaster realm warriors. These martial arts Grandmasters were not in the sect on the day of Sky Cloud sect's incident. That's why they managed to escape, the bald man explained. Soon, they appeared in front of the crowd. Junior greets Senior Wang and Senior Luv. The Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters quickly saluted the bald man and the white-haired elder. These 3 are also king tiers from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other 2, ignoring Lu Ming. Greetings, 3 seniors. The Grandmasters from Sky Cloud sect saluted him respectfully, their hearts trembling. To think that so many king tiers had come all of a sudden. This caused them to be extremely shocked. All right, we're going in to check it out now. You lead the way, the bald man ordered. All right, seniors, please. The leader of the Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters was a refined middle-aged man. He greeted them respectfully. And NBSP. The group followed the middle-aged man and the rest as they flew into Sky Cloud sect. This time, our sect was unlucky. We were suddenly attacked. All the powerhouses above the martial Grandmaster realm disappeared, the elegant middle-aged man said with a sad expression. Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reactions of the disciples below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the martial arts Grandmasters did not make a single sound and just disappeared. Only the patriarch of our sect, where the martial king realm experts were in seclusion, made a shocking sound and left some traces at the scene. The refined middle-aged man continued his introduction and led them to the place where the Sky Cloud sect's patriarch was in seclusion. It was a mountain peak full of spiritual chi. However, at this time, the mountain peak almost collapsed. A deep crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was a blade mark that almost split the mountain peak in half. Everyone flew down and observed carefully. They also found some marks that looked like they were whipped by iron chains. Traces of chains. What weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. Based on this, the attacker must be a warrior king. Therefore, a warrior ascendant can't put up any resistance. However, the attacker can't be too strong either. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud sect's patriarch wouldn't have had such a fierce fight with him. Huang Jing analyzed. But according to our disciples, the battle only took place for a very short period of time. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the old ancestor disappeared. The elegant middle-aged man added. Yes, it's very likely that the other side has more than one king. Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around in detail. What can a half-step king see? He's just putting on an act. Huang Jing coldly snorted. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was sick. She was always targeting him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with this woman. He was busy observing. The Heavenly Corpse sect. The group observed for a while before leaving Sky Cloud sect for Illusionary Sword sect. The Illusionary Sword sect's strength was similar to Sky Cloud sect's. It also had a Level 1 Martial King Realm Old Ancestor, so its situation was similar to Sky Cloud sect. Everyone in the sect, Martial Grandmaster and above, including the Martial King Realm Patriarch, had disappeared. Even their bodies had not been found. The traces left at the scene were similar to Sky Cloud sect's. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was really strange. There might be 2 or more martial kings on the other side. We have to be careful. Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, have you found anything after a few days of investigation? Of course we have. We have already predicted their next target. The bald man smiled proudly. What? This is great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others were overjoyed. Based on my estimation, the enemy's next target will be the Black Lion Hall in a few days. The Black Lion Hall is a sect that's about as powerful as the Sky Cloud sect and the Illusionary Sword sect. They only have one Level 1 Martial King Realm expert. We just have to wait for them to make their move. Once they've succeeded, we'll follow them to their lair and wipe them out. The bald man said. Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it this way. We can't delay any further. We'll set off immediately and set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall, waiting for them to take the bait. Su Zhong said. The group of 6 headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. From the mountain range, the roars of lions could be heard, shaking the surrounding area. The 6 of them found a hidden valley in the Black Lion mountain range to hide in and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree. He hid himself with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time, he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of dead wood. Lu Ming left a trace of his attention to observe his surroundings. Most of his attention was immersed in his sea of consciousness to comprehend the concept of thunder. He didn't dare to get too close to the thunder cauldron. The closer he got, the stronger the thunder intent would be, but the more pressure he would feel. It would be very dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, his mind and soul might be destroyed. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day, there was no movement. The next day, late at night. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew in the world, and it was bone-chilling. They're here. The bald man pointed at the sky and said excitedly. Of course. His voice was very low so that only the few of them could hear it. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds floated over. In the dark clouds, there was a black shadow that was faintly visible. What is in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure, Huang Jing said. The dark cloud was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was above the Black Lion Mountains. It was soundless, and if it weren't for their high cultivation, they wouldn't have noticed it. When they arrived above the Black Lion Mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the object inside. What is this? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. In the dark clouds, 3 coffins appeared. 3 incomparably huge coffins, each of which was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and suspended in the air, looking very horrifying. Buzz! The 3 coffins hummed and rushed towards the depths of the Black Lion Mountain range. Not long later. Who is it? A furious roar came from the Black Lion Mountain range. Then, a black lion as large as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few black chains flew out and pierced through the void, coiling around the black lion. A few black shadows appeared, but disappeared in the next moment. Boom! Boom! Deep in the mountain range, a loud roar was heard. The entire mountain range was shaking as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range was silent, and even the roars of the demonic beasts had disappeared. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion Mountain range, flying towards the north. At this time, the Black Lion Mountain range was filled with noise. Grandmaster! Grandmaster has disappeared. Master, my master has also disappeared. The ancestor had a great battle with someone and disappeared. Wails could be heard from the Black Lion Mountain range. Let's go, we'll follow them. Su Zhong's eyes flickered as he softly said. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud of mist and covered their bodies with it as they chased after the 3 coffins. After flying north for about 200,000 miles, they entered a desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and had no signs of life. There weren't even many demonic beasts. Moreover, the further in they went, the more desolate it became. It was even deathly silent. On the ground, some white bones were gradually exposed. Some broken weapons and armors could even be seen. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with yin qi and killing intent. The bald man said with a frown. A wasteland appeared in front of them. On the wasteland, a dark red mist filled the air. A strong wind blew, making it extremely horrifying. Who? The 3 coffins flew into the wilderness and disappeared. Everyone muttered to themselves for a moment, then immediately chased after him. As soon as they entered, everyone shivered because the wind in the wilderness was too cold. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone held their breath and focused. They flew in the wilderness without taking up any space and looked around. Guys, look! There are so many coffins! Huang Jing suddenly cried out in a low voice. Her voice was slightly trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wilderness. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were dark and eerie. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Everyone's expression was grave as they continued forward. Very quickly, they had traveled a few dozen miles. Along the way, the crowd saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a burial ground? Huang Jing's face had turned slightly pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still a little afraid of these things. I guess it's a force that practices evil martial arts and is entrenched here. The bald man said. Those martial artists above the martial ancestor realm have all disappeared, dead or alive. It's extremely strange. I've never heard of any force in the eastern part of the Tianxian region that would need so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At this moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. Brother Zong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. The Heavenly Corpse sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while and said in a very serious tone. What? The Heavenly Corpse sect? Su Zhong, the bald man, Huang Jing, and the others cried out in alarm as their expressions changed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Refining the corpse. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse sect before, but after entering the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it was like thunder to his ears. The Heavenly Corpse sect was an extremely terrifying and powerful faction. Like the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, it was one of the most powerful factions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They fought endlessly and would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse sect had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. They were expanding at a terrifying speed, continuously encroaching on the original territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had fought against it for hundreds of years, but not only did they not destroy it, but the Heavenly Corpse sect's power had also become stronger and stronger. At this point, although the Heavenly Corpse sect was still weaker than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were not far behind. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse sect always fighting against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in some large regions in the depths of the Eastern Barren Territory? When did it appear in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? The Tianxian region was located in the extreme east of the Divine Wilderness continent. To put it bluntly, it was on the border, but the Heavenly Corpse sect had actually infiltrated this place. Could Buchan be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Huang Jing's voice trembled a little. Her face was pale. Your guess is correct. We are the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Suddenly, a few cold and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Whoosh! 3 huge coffins, each 100 meters long, flew through the air. In an instant, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding everyone in a triangular formation. They're actually really from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they're corpse guards. The faces of Su Zhong and the others were extremely grave. The Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards had the same meaning. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. So, you captured those powerhouses who were above the martial ancestor realm to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Nonsense those guys, corpses are of course used to refine into refined corpses. A cold laugh came from a coffin in the east. Ka W. The use of a martial arts grandmaster's corpse is limited after all. Now that I've sent a few martial king realm corpses, I can refine a few more powerful refined corpses. A voice came from the coffin in the west. You've already discovered us? Su Zhong said. Kaka nonsense. Detian Divine Guards, you've been investigating us. Do you think we don't know? The reason we went to the Black Lion mountain range was to lure you here. Obediently accept your death. A cold sound came from the coffin on the east side. At the same time, the lid of the coffin opened with a click. 7 or 8 black shadows flew out from it. They were black chains. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse sect, this is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Since you've come here, you can all stay here. The bald man roared and pounced toward the coffin in the east. A dazzling saber radiance that was 1,000 meters long slashed out. It was as if it could split the entire heaven and earth. But buzz. The black chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the air. The 8 chains intertwined together and attacked the blade energy. Boom! With a violent vibration, the saber ray was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skill. Good. The stronger you are, the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A cold and sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then, the coffin made a cracking sound and the lid was completely opened. Buzz! A burly figure flew out from inside. This figure was more than 2 meters tall. Its face was pale and bloodless, but there was a hint of black iron in the paleness. His eyes widened in anger, but there was no emotion in them. There were black chains wrapped around its body. This is a refined corpse, not the original person. Su Zhong said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from a remote place like the eastern part of the Tianxian region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing sound continued to ring out from the coffin. Then, a black shadow emerged. This black figure looked very thin. His body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. His face was as pale as a corpse, but his eyes were cold. This meant that he was alive. It was said that the heavenly corpse sex warriors mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, or even more refined corpses, and bring them with them. The stronger the refined corpse was, the stronger they were. He die kill. The Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guard shouted with a murderous aura. Buzz, buzz. The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly toward the bald man. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The bald man roared and charged at the refined corpse. Clang, clang. Instantly, the two of them began to fight. The refined corpse was extremely powerful. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak level 1 Martial King realm martial artist, and it was evenly matched with the bald man. Do you think that's all I have? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Just like the previous one, it was also wrapped in black chains. Its face was pale, and within the paleness, there was a layer of black iron. Refined corpses. These 2 were also refined corpses. Moreover, their bodies exuded a strong corpse chi. Their aura was so strong that they had all reached the early stage of Level 1 Martial King realm. Terrifying. A mere corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect could actually control 3 refined corpses of the Martial King realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. I'll kill them. Huang Jing coldly shouted. Her body moved and pounced towards the 2 refined corpses. The aura of the middle level 1 Martial King realm erupted from his body. Moreover, Huang Jing was not an ordinary Detian Divine Guard. She was the same as Lu Ming, a genius who had passed the previous selection. Her combat strength was a level higher than ordinary Martial Kings. His combat strength was close to the later stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm. Buzz, buzz. Huang Jing's sword was like lightning. In an instant, she had struck out several hundred times. However, when the sword light hit the refined corpses, it was as if it had hit metal. There were sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying. In the end, it only left a few shallow marks on the corpses. This kind of refined corpse is similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They both have copper skin and iron bones, and are invulnerable. Lu Ming had an idea. Huang Jing continued to shout as she engaged in an intense battle with the 2 refined corpses. Kill the corpse guards first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted in anger and pounced towards the corpse guard, his speed as fast as lightning. Kaka, you want to kill me? In your dreams. Heavenly Corpse Claw. The Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guard sneered and pounced towards Su Zhong, stretching out a pair of thin claws and grabbing forward. Immediately, corpse chi filled the air, and the claw light slashed out like a blade. Die! Su Zhong roared in anger as he slashed out a sharp sword ray. Chapter 468 Surrounded. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out as the Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it had indeed blocked it. The crowd was shocked. The combat strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect was simply terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but even their own combat strength was extremely powerful. With the same number of people, ordinary warriors were no match for the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect were extremely difficult to refine. Not only did they require the corpses of martial arts powerhouses, but the conditions for refining them were also extremely harsh and required all kinds of precious materials. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of refined corpses each person could control. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it were not for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be invincible, and no other force would be able to compete with it. Buzz! The corpse guard blocked Su Zhong's attack, and its figure rapidly retreated as it let out a sinister laugh. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, a creaking sound came from another huge coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing toward Su Zhong. The power of the aura was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's expression changed, and he couldn't be bothered to chase after that corpse guard. He turned around to block the chains. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the chains flew back. Roar! However, in the next moment, a low roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out, chains dancing around him, and he charged toward Su Zhong. It was another refined corpse at the peak level 1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's expression was grave as he engaged in a great battle with the other party. Kiki! An ear-piercing and unpleasant sneer was heard. From the second coffin, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. This was an old man, and with a single look, one could tell that he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was extremely pale, just like the corpse guard from before. It was very obvious that this was also a corpse guard. Beside him was a refined corpse that was tall and sturdy. Only the white-haired elder, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left in the arena. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old corpse guard looked at the third coffin. All right. A sound came from the third coffin. Then the lid of the coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was clearly a corpse guard and looked slightly younger, around 30 years old. Beside him stood 2 refined corpses. The 2 refined corpses exuded the aura of the late level 1 Martial King realm. We'll each take 2 of their bodies. How about it? The corpse guard from before appeared beside the old corpse guard and said coldly. 2 bodies per person, sure. However, that brat is only a half-step king. I don't want him. The old corpse guard immediately said. I don't want that kid's body either. The first corpse guard shook his head and looked at the third corpse guard. You two, don't go too far. You're throwing the most trashy thing to me again. This time, I don't want this kid's body. The last corpse guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They had not even started fighting, and they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think that they were fish on the chopping board? Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were a few loud explosions. Then, 2 figures flashed. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated quickly and stood together with Lu Ming and the rest. Huang Jing, don't linger in battle. Let's gather together and charge out together. Don't let them break us apart one by one. Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing gritted her teeth. Her sword light burst out and she slashed out 2 times in a row, forcing the 2 refined corpses to retreat a little. Then, she quickly retreated. Buzz! As Huang Jing was retreating rapidly, a metal chain pierced through the void and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to avoid it, she was still swept by the force. Huang Jing gave a muffled groan and her figure retreated rapidly to the side of Lu Ming and the others. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 refined corpses at the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm stood in 2 directions, blocking their escape. Kaka, do you think that you can rush out by gathering together? You're really naive. The corpse guard at the front let out an ear-piercing cold laugh. Humph, with our strength, even if we can't fight them head-on, you won't be able to stop us if we want to charge out. Huang Jing snorted coldly. She was injured just now and was in an extremely bad mood. With that, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, Kid, no one can take care of you right now. Don't expect us to help you. You're on your own now. When did I say I need your help? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn. Huang Jing coldly snorted. Who said that there are only the few of us here? The old corpse guard suddenly sneered. What? Su Zhong and the others were stunned. Who? All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew out and flew towards them at a high speed. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming and the others. There's still more. The expressions of Su Zhong and the others changed drastically. There's a deep pit there. The bald man shouted. Everyone looked forward carefully. In the mist, they saw a huge pit in front of them. The coffin had just flown out of that deep pit. Gotcha! The fourth coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. It was a young man in his 20s with a pale face. Beside him were 2 refined corpses. However, the 2 refined corpses had extremely powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak of Level 1 Martial King realm, while the other was in the late stage. In an instant, the faces of Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others turned pale. This time, the other party had 9 refined corpses. Among them, there were 3 at the peak of the Level 1 Martial King realm, 2 at the late stage, 2 at the middle stage, and 2 at the early stage. With the addition of 4 corpse guards, this force was already far above Su Zhong and the others. What do we do? I can only hold back a peak Level 1 Martial King refined corpse. If there's another Level 1 Martial King refined corpse in the late stage, I won't be able to break out of this encirclement. The bald burly man said anxiously. I'm about the same. At most, I can only withstand a peak Level 1 Martial King refined corpse and a late Level 1 Martial King refined corpse. Any more and I'll be in danger. Su Zhong also said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the others sank. As for the remaining 5 refined corpses, Huang Jing could only withstand 2 at the early stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm. The white-haired elder and the skinny man were at the middle stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm and could withstand 1 refined corpse each. There was only 1 peak Level 1 Martial King realm refined corpse left. Who could resist it? What to do? Moreover, this was only a resistance. It was basically impossible to break through. Moreover, there were still 4 corpse guards eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Today, he was most likely doomed. Everyone couldn't help but think this. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing was roaring madly in her heart. Moreover, after his death, his corpse would be refined into a refined corpse by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This was even more difficult for her to accept. I will kill. The refined corpse is completely controlled by the corpse guards. As long as we kill those corpse guards, the refined corpse is nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Nonsense, who doesn't know this logic, but there are so many refined corpses here, how can they kill the corpse guards? It's really laughable. If you have the ability, go and kill them. Huang Jing looked at Lu Ming angrily and said contemptuously. All right, I'll go kill them. Lu Ming took a step forward, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbstruck. Why did you go and kill them? Are you crazy? Even if you want to die, you don't have to drag us down. Huang Jing sneered. She did not believe Lu Ming's words at all. Everyone, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll take care of the peak Level 1 Martial King refined corpse and the corpse guards. Lu Ming pointed at the corpse guard and the refined corpse, which were the last to appear. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This fuck. Su Zhong and the others hesitated. Just let him go. In any case, he can't help much by staying here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? Huang Jing sneered. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, be careful that I will cut you down first. Lu Ming's eyes glared and a cold murderous intent flashed past. Huang Jing's face paled. For some unknown reason, her heart trembled. Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? That half-step king trash is actually trying to kill us. Funny, this is too funny. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Me too. The corpse guards revealed mocking smiles. Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them and use their corpses to refine corpses. It's just right. Kill. The last corpse guard shouted. Next to him, 2 refined corpses flew out, and a strong corpse chi soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. One of the 2 refined corpses was at the peak of the first level of the Martial King realm, while the other was at the later stage. More than a dozen chains lashed out from the bodies of the 2 refined corpses and flew towards Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely exploded. His blood meridian burst out. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder rose and a long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust his spear forward, and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced toward the 2 refined corpses. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded out as the chains were knocked back. The three-colored true dragon didn't stop and continued to attack the two refined corpses. Bang! Bang! The two refined corpses trembled violently and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. The eyes of Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest were madly staring, almost bursting. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with dumbfoundedness. With just one move, Lu Ming had repelled two refined corpses. One of them was even a refined corpse at the peak of the first-level Martial King realm. How could Lu Ming have such powerful combat abilities? More importantly, Lu Ming was only a demi-king warrior. How could a demi-king warrior defeat two such powerful refined corpses with one move? They thought they were dreaming. Especially Huang Jing, her face that could be considered pretty was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been ridiculing Lu Ming and was extremely contemptuous of him. But now, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her knowledge. At such a young age, half-step king, spear in hand, and comprehended three intents. I think I already know who he is. Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with ecstasy. Who is it? Who is it? Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region, who else has such combat strength other than the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Lu Ming? The bald man said. Lu Ming? Lu Ming! So it's him, no wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first. Soon after, she cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. There were not many Emperor Heaven Divine Guards who had not heard of him. The few people present had heard of Lu Ming's name. You came here together, but you didn't know that the other party is Lu Ming? The bald man was speechless. Ahem, I was going to ask, but I was interrupted. Su Zhong coughed a few times. Huang Jing's face turned pale. She was the one who interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction earlier. At that time, she had thought that there was no need to introduce him to a mere half-step king. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little panicked. Lu Ming. The other party was actually Lu Ming. He was a rare genius from the eastern region's Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. A genius who had defeated a true king while only at the half-step king realm. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked him in that way. Now, she was filled with regret. How is that possible? How was that possible? A mere half-step king. A corpse guard let out a shout of disbelief. The other corpse guards also had similar expressions. Kill! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and his aura was like a dragon. He waved the long spear and a mighty spear radiance burst out. Kill this brat! The last corpse guard shouted in anger. Clang! Clang! The two refined corpses waved their chains and charged at Lu Ming. Those chains were extremely terrifying and could crush mountains. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. 10,000 dragon kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small three-colored true dragons flew out. The two refined corpses were hit and retreated, even enveloping a few corpse guards. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old corpse guard roared and wanted to control the corpse guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those corpse guards. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak Level 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse. He even enveloped a Level 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse and pinned it down. The bald burly man, Huang Jing, and the others all shouted and charged towards the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope. At that moment, they naturally gave it their all. For a time, this region was completely immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's essential core burst forth and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear's radiance was like a mountain, completely suppressing the two refined corpses. When Lu Ming fought Xue Chao back then, before the three intents of wind, fire and thunder had completely fused, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. After that, the three types of intents were completely fused, and the power of the three intents increased by several times. Furthermore, the three absolutes of the Dragon God had evo-levered from a heaven-level low-grade martial arts technique to a heaven-level high-grade martial arts technique, and its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased greatly, and he easily crushed Xue Chao. During this period of time, Lu Ming's vital essence had been converted to 99%. At the same time, his comprehension of the Dragon God's three absolutes had deepened day by day. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed an ordinary peak first-tier martial king realm. That was why Lu Ming could suppress the two refined corpses. Not good, let's kill that brat together. That old corpse guard roared, extremely shocked. Kill! Kill! The 4 corpse guards exploded with corpse chi and 4 claw lights clawed at Lu Ming. Devour! Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and the 9 dragon bloodline flew out. He opened his mouth and roared, and a terrifying devouring power burst out. My bloodline power! My blood essence! Instantly, the 4 corpse guards cried out in alarm. The power of his bloodline and blood essence trembled as they were devoured by the 9 dragon bloodline. A Gakudo strike. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps. Boom! The violent power crushed towards the 4 corpse guards. The 4 corpse guards' bodies trembled and retreated. Gakudo Path 1 attack. At this moment, Lu Ming's body arched slightly and his spine twisted like a huge dragon. Endless power and concept gushed toward the spear. Whoosh! At the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have become one. They turned into a sharp spear ray and stabbed forward. Buzz! The space seemed to have been pierced by the spear tip as it began to fluctuate violently. From a distance, the space looked like a wave that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides, and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, the Extreme Strike. It could only be used after one comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely fused them together. This move had the speed of the thunder concept, the penetrating power of the wind concept, and the explosive power of the fire concept. It was known to be indestructible, able to pierce through everything. It was the strongest offensive killer move. This move was aimed at the last corpse guard that appeared. This move was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of that corpse guard. Ah! That corpse guard cried out in fear and wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. He could only stretch out that deathly white claw and block in front of him. Puchi! His steel-like claws were pierced through like tofu. Then, the spear went through the man's forehead. Buzz! Then, with a shake of the long spear, the force exploded and the opponent's body was torn into pieces. He was dead. A powerful corpse guard had died just like that, killed by Lu Ming with one shot. This corpse guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than a late-stage Level 1 Martial King realm. However, it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of a huge battle, Su Zhong and the rest would have been stunned. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. This was especially so for Huang Jing. She was almost scared out of her wits. At the thought of how she had ridiculed Lu Ming previously, she would be done for if Lu Ming shot her in the same manner. As soon as the corpse guard died, the 2 refined corpses that were fighting Lu Ming stopped in the air like 2 puppets, not moving at all. Ah, not good. Gather the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 corpse guards were simply scared out of their wits as they frantically shouted, desperately trying to recall their own refined corpses to defend. Stop them, stop these refined corpses. Su Zhong roared as he used all his strength to hold the 2 refined corpses back. The others were the same. They fought with all their might to hold back the refined corpses, so that they couldn't go back to defend. Damn it, damn it! The 3 corpse guards roared and retreated frantically. Gakudo Path attack. At this moment, Lu Ming cast another extreme blow. Buzz! The man and spear became one, piercing through the air and stabbing towards the back of a corpse guard. Arg! No help! The corpse guard was scared out of his wits and roared desperately. With a wave of his hand, an ancient bronze coffin actually appeared in front of him, blocking him. However, it was still useless. Lu Ming's spear ray pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and the other party's heart. The corpse guard let out an unwilling roar and then stopped breathing. The second corpse guard, dead. Once this corpse guard died, The 3 corpse guards he controlled directly stopped in the air like puppets. Among them was a refined corpse at the peak of the Lever 1 Martial King realm. It had been fighting with the bald man, but now it had all stopped. You from the Heavenly Corpse sect, go to hell. The bald man didn't have an opponent, so he immediately roared and charged towards the last 2 corpse guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. He also had no opponents and also charged towards the 2 corpse guards. The situation had been reversed. Buzz! The demon subduing spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled slightly, as if it could not bear the burden. Who? Lu Ming also took a few deep breaths to calm the surging essential core in his body. It's still a bit difficult to perform a Gakudo path attack now. It consumes a lot of genuine vitality and physical strength. Lu Ming pondered. Although the extreme blow was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could only cast it a few times. Moreover, he could not unleash much of the power of this move. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the strongest power of this move, he would have to break through to the Martial King realm and condense intent runes for all 3 intents. Also, this demon subduing spear is no longer of much use. Lu Ming looked at the demon subduing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The explosive power of a Gakudo path attack was too great, and it was a huge burden on the spear. Let's kill these 2 corpse guards first. Lu Ming's mind whirred. His long spear shook and he continued to attack the 2 corpse guards. The enormous spear ray pressed down, and with the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, in just 2 moves, the 2 corpse guards coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and were heavily injured. Save me, young Master Kuei, save me. The 2 corpse guards shouted crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. There are still people over there. Kill these 2 as soon as possible. Lu Ming shouted. From the meaning of the 2 corpse guards, there was still someone in that deep pit, and it seemed to be even stronger. For some unknown reason, he still hadn't appeared, but no matter what, he had killed 2 corpse guards first. You want to leave? Die! The bald man roared as he charged towards the 2 corpse guards. In addition to Lu Ming and the thin man, the 2 corpse guards could not resist at all. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear was as large as a mountain. It combined 3 concepts and pressed down. The old corpse guard screamed in pain. His body made cracking sounds as he was blasted into the soil by Lu Ming. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Ah! On the other side, the bald brawny man slashed out with his saber, splitting that corpse guard in half. At this point, the 4 corpse guards had all been killed. Once the 4 corpse guards died, those refined corpses all stood there like wood. Ahaha, the Heavenly Corpse Sect's disciple is finally dead. The bald man laughed. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the rest also heaved a long sigh of relief, as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired elder walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. Lu Ming, I really failed to recognize you previously. I'm so ashamed. Su Zhong cupped his fists at Lu Ming, his face filled with shame. You're welcome. Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips tightly. Her face was red from embarrassment. She looked at Lu Ming and wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming. However, at the thought of her previous attitude, she could not bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them previously. But what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who had saved them. If not for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. Little brother Lu, you're much more powerful than the rumors say. Please forgive me for my previous offense. The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming and thought that he would be a burden to them. However, they now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than what was rumored. Chapter 471 Shocking Change. Everyone, according to what those corpse guards just said, there must still be people from the Heavenly Corpse sect in that deep pit. What are your plans next? Lu Ming changed the topic. I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups, so that they can send more powerful experts. Su Zhong's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-level martial king, they would all be in danger. The gap between each level of the martial king realm was huge. A level 2 martial king realm expert could easily kill a level 1 martial king realm expert. I also think we should leave this place, Huang Jing said. I don't think so. The bald man looked at the deep pit and said while licking his lips. Oh? Su Zhong and the rest looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone, the powerhouses of the Sky Cloud sect, Illusionary Sword sect, and Black Lion Hall who were martial grandmasters and above have all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Sky Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to cultivate some kind of technique or to refine some kind of powerful refined corpse. And now, we've killed all 4 corpse guards. The other party definitely heard the commotion but still hasn't appeared. I speculate that the other party is definitely at a critical moment in cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill the other party in one fell swoop, which would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and full of fire. The Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were mortal enemies. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already infiltrated into the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If they could kill some corpse guards with high cultivation bases, the Empyrean Divine Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Instantly, Su Zhong and the others were tempted. But I still think it's too risky. Su Zhong frowned and muttered. Brother Lu, what do you think? The bald burly man's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Immediately after, Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the rest also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had also increased greatly. I'm fine with anything. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was indeed fine with it. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps. If he really encountered an invincible expert, he was confident that he could still escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up and he said, How about this? Let's go to the deep pit first and explore it. If there's no danger, we'll decide what to do next. What do you think? This way it's feasible, said Su Zhong after pondering for a moment. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man also nodded. This was the safest way. Since they had already made a decision, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. He was slowly approaching the deep pit. The pit was huge and circular, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black below, and there was a strong corpse chi spreading out. It was impossible to see what was down there. What do we do now? The first to speak was Huang Jing. I think it's better to withdraw first. Su Zhong spoke. Clang. At this moment, the sound of iron chains clanking came from the deep pit. Not good, the other party seems to be able to make a move. Su Zhong's expression changed. Clang, clang. At this moment, the sound of the chains colliding in the deep pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless iron chains flying up crazily. Retreat, we'll retreat first. Su Zhong cried out in shock. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he planned to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold killing intent coming from his left. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light was stabbing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it was like a spark, instantly approaching Lu Ming. This did not come from the deep pit, but from his side. It was one of his own. You're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted coldly as if he had eyes. He swept the demon subduing spear in his hand. Boom! The sword chi collapsed and a figure screamed in pain. He was hit by Lu Ming's spear radiance and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and emotionless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ku. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ku. At this moment, Song Ku's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. It was in tatters and he was severely injured. What's going on? What's going on? Only now did Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others react and cry out in alarm. They were all dumbfounded. They did not understand why Song Ku would suddenly attack Lu Ming. Why would you be on guard against me? Song Ku shouted unwillingly as he coughed up blood. It's very simple. From the moment you saw me, you were too calm. The others looked down on me, but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Also, halfway through, you looked at me once or twice with killing intent. I'm just pretending not to know. Lu Ming sneered and looked at Song Ke coldly. You! A trace of fear flashed through Song Ke's eyes. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. Lu Ming had noticed that tiny flaw. Speak, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming shouted coldly, his cold killing intent enveloping Song Ke. Haha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Song Ke laughed. Damn it, Song Ke, you're so despicable. Let me kill you. The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to hit Song Ke with his palm. However, the moment the bald man's palm blasted out, his body suddenly twisted and his figure turned half a circle. The surging palm force blasted wildly towards Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming did not have time to react. Subconsciously, the bloodline of the 9 dragons burst out, forming a powerful devouring power that enveloped him. The next moment, the bald burly man's terrifying palm force blasted toward Lu Ming's body. The devouring power of the 9 dragon bloodline burst forth and devoured nearly 5 layers of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining 5 layers still slammed into Lu Ming's body. Boom! It was as if Lu Ming had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body was directly sent flying backward, and behind him was the deep pit. What are you guys doing? Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired elder were completely stunned. They did not understand why the bald burly man had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, go to hell. The bald man laughed crazily. At the same time, the bald man condensed his qi and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, who told you to offend the master of the Thunder Palace? You're courting death. Also, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao are heading to the Burning Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family must all die. Boom! The bald burly man's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red immediately. Thunder Palace Master, Qiu Chongkong, Xue Chao. Damn it! Kill! Kill! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, dozens of black chains flew out of the deep pit and wrapped around Lu Ming and the rest. 10,000 corpse array. Dozens of black chains, each as thick as a wrist, pierced through the void like black vipers with terrifying power. Each of them was hit by 4 or 5 chains. Get lost! The bald burly man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance split the iron chains apart. Buzz! Buzz! There were also 5 chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and formed many long spears. They flew in all directions to block the chains. At the same time, his true energy burst forth, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, the moment his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. The bald man's sudden attack had caught him off guard. The bald burly man had sneered at Lu Ming the moment they met. This made Lu Ming let his guard down. Now that he thought about it, he did it on purpose. Rise! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and forced his way up. Get down! The bald burly man bellowed. He held the saber with both hands and a blazing saber gleam slashed violently at Lu Ming's head. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long spear, but his body could not help but fall. Buzz! Buzz! More than 10 iron chains danced in the air and wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, a dozen more iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but in the end, he was still entangled by a metal chain. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, just die obediently. The bald man laughed. Let's come down together. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 spear lights shot toward the bald man. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed an iron chain. With a sudden swing, the iron chain fused with 3 wills and shot toward the bald man. The bald burly man roared and tried his best to resist the chains around him. He also had to deal with Lu Ming's dozens of long spears. He was in a flurry. At this moment, the iron chain that Lu Ming waved broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. Damn it! The bald burly man was incomparably shocked and furious as he roared repeatedly. What are you shouting for? Let's go down together. Lu Ming sneered. Break! The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. The saber in his hand slashed at the iron chain crazily. However, the iron chain was made of an unknown material that was extremely hard. The bald man couldn't cut it for a while. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald burly man and dragged them into the deep pit. Outside the deep pit, Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired old man had used all their strength to escape from the range of the iron chains. They had fled far away. The iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald burly man and kept falling. No, I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might and roared repeatedly. However, he could not break free from the restraints of the iron chains. On the other hand, Lu Ming was very calm as he scanned his surroundings. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he could not panic. Only then could he find a way to solver it. The true war dragon technique in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The pit was really deep. The iron chain dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bang! Bang! The iron chains pulled the two of them and they fell to the ground. Then, the chain loosened and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. As soon as he regained his freedom, the bald man quickly stepped aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming swept a glance at him and started to size up his surroundings. The pit was very dark, and the distance one could see was very limited. He could vaguely make out several figures sitting cross-legged on the ground in the surroundings. On each figure, there were a few iron chains that were dancing and swaying like poisonous snakes. At a glance, there were at least 100 figures. Hee, you've all fallen into my 10,000 corpse array and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. How dare you, Heavenly Corpse Sex Disciple. I'm a second-grade Emperor Sky Divine Guard of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Sky Divine Palace arrive, it will be the day of your death. The bald man roared. Hee, so what if you're from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? There were indeed a few people who escaped just now, but even if they reported to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace sent experts here, it would still take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. The cold voice sounded again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald burly man roared and his body shot up into the sky, wanting to rush out. However, iron chains were flying in all directions and appeared above his head. Clang! Clang! The bald man continued to attack the iron chain, but it was completely useless. Hee, in my 10,000 corpse array, even a Level 3 Martial King Realm Warrior can't get out, let alone a peak Level 1 Martial King like you. Just become my refined corpse. The voice sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, a gray mist filled the air. Not good, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't put up any useless resistance. Turn into a refined corpse under my corpse chi. The voice laughed. The thick corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He circulated his essential core and covered his entire body to resist the corpse chi around him. But as soon as the corpse chi came into contact with the Zhan Yuan, it began to corrode it quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. He was facing the same result. I told you, it's useless. This is the chi of 10,000 corpses condensed by the 10,000 corpse array. It can corrode one's Zhan Yuan. You can't resist it at all, haha. The voice rang out again. Damn it. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was so scared that he wanted to die. If Lu Ming had not pulled him down, why would he be in such a desperate situation? Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He circulated his essential core with all his might and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline at the same time to burst out with a devouring power. And NBSP, whoosh! The corpse chi around Lu Ming had indeed been devoured by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming had used it very secretively and no one else had noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was channeling his energy to resist the corpse chi. Damn it, damn it! The bald burly man continued to roar as he sat down cross-legged, channeling his energy to resist the attack. Kachachi! Lu Ming's body emitted a soft sound and was moving to recover. Given Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. In addition to the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's recovery energy had already reached an abnormal level. 1 hour. In just 1 hour, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now, he had only wanted to heal his injuries and had never thought of letting the bald man go. As if sensing Lu Ming's movement, the bald man opened his eyes and stood up in a hurry, shouting, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Crazy. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill me? You're still thinking of killing me at this time? Now, we should work together and think of a way to kill our way out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour, the bald man's aura had weakened a lot, and a layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. After I kill you, I will find a way to get out myself. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. Cold sweat broke out on the bald man's face as he retreated. He. The cold voice came from all around, as if he was waiting for a good show. Lu Ming, you've been corroded by the corpse chi as well. I don't believe that you can kill me. If you fight me now, you'll only speed up the corrosion and bring about your own destruction. The bald man roared. You don't need to worry about this. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist and a long spear appeared. Buzz! The long spear shook and the 3 wheels burst out. The terrifying spear light was aimed at the bald man. The bald burly man bellowed. His saber appeared and he began to fight Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by the corpse chi and was much weaker. He was no match for Lu Ming. With just a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, how are you fine? The bald man let out a roar of disbelief. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was still at his peak. He was completely fine. Roar! Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out and collided with the bald man. The bald man screamed and spat out blood. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. I beg you to spare me. The bald burly man shouted in fear. At this time, he was already seriously injured and could not resist. Just now when you attacked me, did you ever think of letting me off? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes sharp like lightning. The bald man was stunned, and his expression kept changing. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming just now. Why would he spare Lu Ming? Now I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I've cultivated to the Martial King realm with great difficulty. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. A Martial King could live up to 1,000 years, and he did not want to die like this. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and he was unmoved. Also, I'm a subordinate of the Thunder Palace Master. If you kill me, the Thunder Palace Master will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. That old fogey. Thunder Palace Master. I will take his dog head sooner or later. Lu Ming said coldly. You still want to kill the Lightning Palace Master? You're delusional. I don't mind telling you that the Thunder Palace Master's backer is the Shang family, one of the 2 great families in the Tianxian region. The bald man roared. You talk too much nonsense. Boom! Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Pili-pala! A loud sound came from the bald man's body. All the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the ground like a pool of mud. I won't kill you. I'll just let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. If I become a refined corpse, you won't be able to escape. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He raised his head and looked upwards. Buzz! His body suddenly shot up into the sky, and he stabbed his spear towards the top of his head. A 3-colored true dragon flew out. Buzz! Buzz! Immediately, iron chains covered the sky and the sun from all directions. The chains lashed down on the 3-colored true dragon's body. There were hundreds of chains, and in just 2 breaths, the 3-colored true dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. He could not rush out at all, and Lu Ming landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead too. The bald man laughed. Hee hee, turn into my refined corpses. The cold and sinister laughter rang out again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array with my current strength. What should I do? What should we do? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety. He was not anxious because of his own comfort. The corpse qi in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just had to wait a few days, and the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace might come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for these few days. Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao were already on their way to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xue Chao's martial king realm strength, the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would be no match for him. They would only be destroyed. Calculating the time, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. He was probably mobilizing his troops to surround and kill the mystical sword sect. There was not much time left for Lu Ming. Hence he was anxious. If the mystical sword sect was annihilated and something happened to his parents, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. How do I break through this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the martial king realm now, I might be able to break through. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial king, martial king. It was easier said than done to break through to the martial king realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming's thunder concept had progressed the fastest. However, there was still a long way to go before he could form an intent rune. It would be difficult to form an intent rune in a short time. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and a hint of madness flashed in them. Now we can only take the risk. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his mind. In the next moment, his mind appeared in his sea of consciousness. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified as he looked at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron for fear that the lightning would destroy his mind and soul. But now, Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the power of thunder on the thunder cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder mentality and break through to the martial king realm. Ta! Lu Ming strode toward the thunder cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster, quickly approaching the lightning cauldron. Zia lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's mind that was manifested was trembling rapidly. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the lightning concept became. Lu Ming could feel that his comprehension of the lightning concept was accelerating. Not enough, it's still not enough, it's still far from enough. Lu Ming's mind was getting closer to the lightning cauldron. In the end, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's mind trembled violently, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Let's go all out. Success or failure depends on this one move. Lu Ming's eyes were flickering with madness and ruthlessness. The next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. Then, he thrust his palm at the lightning cauldron. Bang! He slapped his palm on the lightning cauldron. In an instant, an unimaginably terrifying lightning concept burst forth, completely submerging Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's mind could not put up any resistance at all and it collapsed. Crossing the Martial King ordeal. Lu Ming's vision turned black and he did not know anything. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in the endless void. At the same time, he felt a numbing sensation all over his body, as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where is this place? Lu Ming tried his best to open his eyes, only to realize that it was pitch black in front of him. He could not see anything. However, he could feel that there was an endless intent realm rippling around him. Thunder concept. What a powerful thunder mentality. I feel like I've already become one with it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately focused on comprehending the concept of thunder. His comprehension of the thunder concept had improved by leaps and bounds, and it could only be described as terrifying. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his comprehension of the thunder concept was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit. The next step would be to condense an intent rune. Buzz! At this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. The next moment, he saw that he was in mid-air and a palm had struck the lightning cauldron. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook slightly and a powerful force gushed out. Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Ta! Lu Ming retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Don't tell me that everything I experienced before was just a moment? Lu Ming was shocked. That was because he was the one who had slapped the lightning cauldron. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. Let's exit and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited his sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man was still breathing. He screamed again and again as the corpse chi corroded him. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that too much time had passed and he would not be able to make it back to the Burning Sun Empire in time. Amazing. That lightning cauldron is amazing. In just a moment, my lightning intent realm has increased by several times. However, this kind of thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had almost thought that his soul had been destroyed. Fortunately, he did not know why, but he managed to survive in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so next time. Unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the thunder concept. If his soul was really destroyed, that would be an injustice. Now, can I start to form the thunder concept? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. It was the aura of the pure thunder concept. Of course, it only took an instant for the thunder concept's aura to be completely restrained. Condense! Lu Ming growled in a low voice. Buzz! Through Lu Ming's 3 divine meridians, the concept of thunder seemed to be communicating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Threads of intent appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and then, these intent threads actually began to gather together. Soon, these intent threads gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was a thunder intent rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief, condensing an intent rune and breaking through to the Martial King realm. He's going to break through to the Martial King realm. He could not believe what he was seeing. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely powerful, it was mostly due to the fusion of 3 types of concepts and an extremely powerful heaven-level martial arts technique. A single concept wasn't very strong. The strongest thunder concept was still a long way from forming a thunder concept rune. However, it had only been a few minutes and Lu Ming's thunder concept could actually condense an intent rune. This was simply unbelievable. Cheating, you're cheating. The bald burly man roared. In this situation, the bald burly man could only find the word cheating to describe it. Damn it, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm at this time. Damn it. The cold voice sounded again, but this time, it was filled with panic. Go to hell. A cold voice shrieked. More than 100 chains whipped wildly at Lu Ming from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky changed. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. An unimaginably powerful pressure spread out. This pressure was the pressure of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was a necessary step for breaking through to the martial king realm and condensing intent runes. Come on! Lu Ming suddenly stood up and his thunder mentality burst out. It was extremely rich and he turned a blind eye to the 100 or so chains that were whipping at him. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh. The next moment, the world lit up. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as an arm fell from the sky and struck Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were struck by the lightning and broke apart. Ah! The cold voice screamed. Come on! Lu Ming roared. At this moment, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Boom! Boom! Dozens of thunderbolts struck the concept rune above Lu Ming's head one after another. The concept rune trembled continuously as if it would collapse at any moment. But fortunately, when the lightning disappeared, the intent runes didn't dissipate. Instead, they shone even more brightly and became much more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. A portion of the power of the lightning tribulation flowed through the intent runes and circulated throughout his body, tempering his physical body and true essence. Although the lightning tribulation was dangerous when one broke through to the martial king realm, the rewards would be great as long as one could survive it. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the dark clouds rolled and the rumbling sounds grew louder. It seemed that it was angry that Lu Ming had survived one round. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It seemed to be brewing an even stronger lightning tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him, he could see a number of figures, most likely refined corpses. Lu Ming rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head followed him. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. Ah, kid, what are you doing? Get lost, quickly get lost. The cold voice screamed in panic. He, I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation transcendence was a very wondrous moment. All living beings that were enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by it. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that was directed at the person undergoing the tribulation was the same and would not change. Therefore, when others were crossing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, no matter how high one's martial arts realm was, they would not dare to help others cross the tribulation, because that would only bring trouble to them slaviers. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to pass the tribulation. At this moment, dozens of lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The number was double that of the last time. Chapter 475 Burnt to Charcoal. Half of the lightning was directed at Lu Ming, while the other half was directed at the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the concept runes and tried his best to resist. After a few dozen explosions, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of lightning strikes. The thunder concept runes became even more crystalline and dazzling. However, the refined corpses were in a much worse state. The refined corpse was originally an evil thing. It was most afraid of things of extreme yang like lightning and fire, let alone the lightning tribulation, which was its nemesis. After the first wave of lightning tribulation, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, little bastard. There are only 3 waves of tribulation lightning. Once the 3 waves are over, I'll tear you to pieces. The cold voice roared, full of heartache. It was obvious that these refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm and above experts that they had killed from the illusionary sword sect and the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine an extremely powerful refined corpse. But now, more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed, and the 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Oh really? Then let's continue. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lightning bolts struck again. This time, the power of the lightning bolts was stronger than the last. Half of it was still aimed at Lu Ming, while the other half was aimed at the refined corpses. Block it! Lu Ming growled. He did not make a move to resist the lightning. He only controlled the concept runes to resist with all his might. Boom! Boom! One after another, dazzling thunderbolts continuously struck the intent runes. Every time they struck, the intent runes would tremble as if they were about to collapse. However, in the next moment, they withstood it again and became even more solid. After the lightning, the intent runes still didn't dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, now that the 3 waves of lightning have passed, go to hell. The cold voice rang out. At the same time, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the refined corpses pounced towards Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a young man in a black robe. This young man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. Little bastard, I'm going to refine you into a refined corpse, my puppet, and fight for me for the rest of my life. The young man said in a cold voice. Oh really? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Boom, boom, boom. Above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. What was going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, quickly retreat. The black-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He screamed and retreated. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. With a loud bang, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky, even more powerful than before. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and unusually determined. He still did not make a move to block it. He used the concept runes to block it. The intent runes trembled violently like a candle flame in the wind. It seemed as if it would be extinguished at any moment, but it persevered. The intent runes have actually grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the thunder concept rune had grown longer. At first, it was an inch, but now it had grown a little. Usually, a newly condensed intent rune would be a level 1 intent rune. Level 1 intent talismans were further divided into beginner, small success, large success, and perfection. The average Martial King Realm martial artist had comprehended level 1 intent realm. The 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of the Martial King Realm. Low-tier kings usually comprehended intent runes at the beginning of the first level, and the length of intent runes was about an inch longer. The intent runes comprehended by lower-tier kings were at the first level lower tier and 2 inches long. And so on. In order to break through to the Martial King Realm, one's intent must first break through before one's cultivation could. Now, Lu Ming had yet to break through to the Martial King Realm, but his intent rune was already more than an inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed young man was roaring in anger. The wave of lightning just now had turned a large pile of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 of them. The main thing was that the refined corpses had been too concentrated and had been wiped out all at once. My refined corpse! The black-robed young man screamed as his heart was bleeding. Don't worry, there's more, continue. Lu Ming laughed and rushed to the other refined corpses. In the sky, another wave of lightning struck down. The 5th wave. Usually, when a martial artist broke through to the Martial King Realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning punishment. However, there was actually a 5th wave of Lu Ming's lightning punishment. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Pili pala! After another round of lightning strikes, a large number of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. As for Lu Ming, he made it through in the end. The concept rune grew a little longer and was approaching 2 inches in length. "You're a pervert, a monster!" the black-robed youth roared. He was extremely agitated. His cultivation had reached level 3 Martial King realm and he was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single palm strike. However, he did not dare to make a move now. He was afraid that the moment he attacked, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and take him in with him. He roared in his heart. As long as Lu Ming was done with his tribulation, he would have 100 vicious ways to deal with him. "Scolding me? Then let's do it together." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" The black-robed youth was shocked and retreated frantically. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 2 steps. His figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, he appeared not far away from the black-robed young man. The cloud of lightning tribulation appeared above Lu Ming's head in an instant. This time, it directly enveloped the black-robed young man. "No, no, no!" The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically as he screamed madly. Boom, boom, boom. What responded to him was a sky full of lightning. This time, more than 100 lightning bolts struck down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed young man. Moreover, each bolt of lightning was more than 10 times stronger than the one that was aimed at Lu Ming. "Ah!" The black-robed young man shouted madly as he tried his best to resist. However, when the lightning bolt struck, the black-robed young man was still badly burnt and grey mist kept coming out of his body. It was all corpse chi, scattered by the lightning. The black-robed young man spurted out blood and wailed. "Block it!" This time, Lu Ming did not simply use the concept runes to block. Instead, he held the long spear and sword into the sky, blocking half of the lightning. Bang! Bang! Bolts of lightning fell on his body. Lu Ming felt numb all over and his muscles kept squirming. Martial King Realm. Finally, the 6th round of lightning was over. However, the dark clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated yet. They seemed to be extremely furious and were rolling crazily, as if they were going to use all their strength to destroy the 2 ants below. "No, no, how could this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this." The black-robed young man was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He let out a terrified scream. However, the next moment, boom, 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 the lightning struck. This time, the power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, both of his bloodlines and the wind and fire concepts burst forth. Lu Ming held the spear and kept blasting at the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled violently with every bolt of lightning that struck him. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. Some of the thunderbolts struck the thunder concept runes, causing them to twist and shake crazily as if they would collapse at any moment. "Hang in there, you must hang in there!" Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored vacuum flew out. However, it dissipated after being struck by a few thunderbolts. Then, the thunderbolts struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was struck and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit on the ground. However, the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom! Boom! After a few more strikes of lightning, cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body, and beads of blood seeped out. The 7th wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed young man was even worse. He screamed again and again, and a large amount of mist came out of his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and smoke rose from his body. His body was almost shattered, and there were charred pits all over it. His flesh was a mess. Behind him, his body was almost split into 2. His bones and internal organs could even be seen. Those who cultivated evil martial arts were most afraid of lightning, and it was much more difficult for them to pass tribulations than other martial artists. At this time, They were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed young man was indeed powerful. His vitality was extremely vigorous. He had managed to survive this. However, his injuries were extremely serious. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he flew away with all his might. A resentful shout reverberated in the sky. "Little bastard, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human." The voice disappeared, and the person also left. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to peace. Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation became more powerful as it went on. By the 7th round, Lu Ming was almost unable to withstand it. "Everyone else has 3 rounds, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's concept runes were bright and shining like a crystal-clear purple jade. Most importantly, his intent symbol was actually 2 inches long. This was already the initial success of a first-level intent. The cultivation of intent of ordinary lower-tier kings was only at this realm. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, and his intent realm had already reached level 1 lower tier. If others were to see this, they would be scared to death. Not far away, there was really a person, the bald man. At this moment, he was not dead yet. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shouted in horror. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He had cultivated for decades, but the concept runes were only an inch long. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a huge difference. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force. At this moment, it was time for the final crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the essential qi in Lu Ming's body had been completely transformed into essential core. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the qi cyclone in his dantian began to spin crazily. The spirit qi between heaven and earth was gathering towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. However, this amount of spiritual energy was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand and piles of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. Explode! Lu Ming's arm shook and suddenly dash. Bang! Bang! At least 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and endless spiritual qi gushed out. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit qi was constantly being transformed into essential core. The essential core in Lu Ming's body began to increase rapidly and became more robust. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through to a higher realm, the amount of essential core in his body had not caught up. Now he had to replenish his essential core. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 9th level. His essential core was extremely rich, and the amount of spirit qi he needed was simply too much. The 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were used up very quickly. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine it. The essential core in Lu Ming's body continued to increase. The aura that he emitted was also becoming more and more powerful. This was the aura of a king. Just like that, Lu Ming finished devouring 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and took out another 20,000 pieces. He did it 8 times in total. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 160,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. What a terrifying number this was. Not far away, the bald burly man was almost scared to death. He looked at Lu Ming with a dazed gaze and mumbled, "Freak, this is a freak. I shouldn't have listened to Thunder Palace Master's bewitchment to deal with such a freak. Thunder Palace Master, even if I didn't kill him now, you will die sooner or later. Haha." The bald man laughed. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened. He had died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Martial King. Is this the Martial King realm? Too strong. The gap between a half-step king and a martial king is like 100,000 miles. No wonder people say that all those below the martial king realm are ants." Lu Ming could feel the vast and endless essential core in his body and sighed. His true essence was now 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, it was 100% pure. When it was activated, there was no obscurity at all. My physical body has also reached complete grade 6. Lu Ming realized that after going through the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his physical body had improved a step further. He had reached the perfected 6th grade physical body and was only one step away from the 7th grade physical body. The most important thing is the intent realm. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that a 2-inch-long concept rune was floating quietly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Instantly, the power of lightning between heaven and earth gathered wildly in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The lightning flickered, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Even the air was burnt by the lightning. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and the lightning spear turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and above the clouds before exploding. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with lightning. First level thunder concept. Initial success. So powerful. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. The Sun Army. The first level of Intent Realm was at the initial completion. That was the Intent Realm grasped by a king at the initial completion. Of course it was powerful. However, Lu Ming had mastered it now. How strong is my current combat power? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat a Level 2 Martial King Realm martial artist. Lu Ming pondered. In the Martial King Realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was too difficult to fight above one's level. Moreover, those who could break through to the Martial King Realm usually had to go through at least 3 battles. In other words, any random martial king would have won 3 battles when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Even those who had reached level 4 or 5 during the Martial Ancestor Realm could not fight above their level after breaking through to the Martial King Realm. At most, he would be an outstanding talent among those of the same level. Those who could still fight above their level after breaking through to the Martial King Realm were definitely rare monsters. Lu Ming was now at the early stage of the first level of the Martial King Realm. With the true War Dragon technique, the fusion of 3 wills, and the 3 absolutes of the Dragon God, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat, or even kill, a peak 2nd level Martial King Realm martial artist. In addition to his thunder concept of level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even more terrifying. Level 3 Martial King Realm. I should be able to fight him, right? Lu Ming muttered. After all, the Martial King Realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. He had not fought before, so he could not judge. If I can condense my wind and fire intent into intent runes, then my battle power will be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be done step by step to condense the intent of wind and fire into intent runes. Buzz! The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bald man's storage ring. At the same time, a powerful devouring power erupted and devoured the bald man's blood essence. Qiu Chong Kong, Shui Chao, just you wait. This time, if I don't kill the both of you, I'm not a human. With a low growl, Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed madly towards the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the Burning Sun Empire. He refined the bald man's blood essence as he traveled. He didn't absorb the blood essence's energy and turn it into vital essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to improve his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak level 1 Martial King Realm martial artist was too rich. The 9 dragon bloodlines were being refined crazily. His entire body was shimmering with a blood-red light, and the 5 Asilavira chakra were constantly flashing with Asilavira light, which was extremely dazzling. Buzz! After a long while, another chakra appeared in the body of the 9 dragon bloodline. The 6th Asilavira chakra. King level 6th rank bloodline. The 6th meridian cycle of the 9 dragon bloodline was light Asilavira at first, then its color gradually darkened. Finally, it turned dark Asilavira like the other 5 meridian cycles before it stopped. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The bald man's blood essence had increased Lu Ming's blood meridian by an entire level. If a few more of them come, won't my bloodline be able to rise to the 7th or 8th level of the king tier? Lu Ming thought excitedly and then shook his head. bloodline, the further one advanced, the harder it was to improve. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level, there was a huge gap. There were many people with 6th level king class bloodlines, but there were very few who had 7th level king class bloodlines. Hurry, hurry! Lu Ming was on his way at full speed. However, he didn't use the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, because it consumed too much vital essence and wasn't good for long-term travels. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. The endless mountains and rivers swept past Lu Ming. He was like a bolt of lightning, flying across the sky. A few martial grandmaster powerhouses were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a flash of lightning above their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. After that, a violent gust of wind blew in their faces, almost blowing a few martial arts grandmasters away. It's so powerful. What is that thing? It's just flying, but it's already causing such a terrifying aura? A younger martial arts grandmaster's expression changed. A king. That's definitely a king. And it's no ordinary king. It's too powerful. A white-haired old man said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped and looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew in with some reverence. Thousands of miles of land flitted past under Lu Ming's feet as he headed toward the blazing Sun Empire at high speed. However, this place was too far away from the blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, he would need at least 5 days to get there. In the blazing Sun Empire, in the Mystical Sword Sect's meeting hall, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Hua Qi, and the others were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. This was because a few days ago, the Omnidirectional Sword Sect had suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a moment, the alliance army of the Mystical Sword Sect, Hua Qi, and Crimson Cloud Valley was defeated and could not resist at all. The powerhouses of the major forces had also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to continuously withdraw their forces. In the past few days, the Shifeng Sword Sect's army had almost reached the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their mountain gate, and all of them had come to the Mystical Sword Sect to resist the attack of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. How could this be? Why did the 10 Directions Sword School's military strength suddenly become so much stronger? Ling Patian, the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, there's an additional army in the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. There are a total of 100,000 people. They're too powerful. Even the blood-red scaled wolf army can't stop them. Hua Qi's eyes were extremely solemn as he spoke. It's said that the army is wearing a battlesuit with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Great Sun Mansion of the Blood Zhao Empire. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Great Sun family's Sun Legion. But why would the Great Sun family send troops to help the 10 Directions Sword School? Ling Patian called out. Qiu Chongkong is probably the only one who can make the Great Sun House send troops to help the 10 Directions Sword Sect. He's using his identity as an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, so the Great Sun House has no choice but to give him face. Lin Shui's brows furrowed even more. Qiu Chongkong, how dare he? Aren't you afraid that Lu Ming will run away? At this point, Ling Patian stopped, and a bad premonition flashed in his eyes. The others were the same. Qiu Chongkong dared to attack. Could something have happened to Lu Ming? No, Brother Lu is a genius. How can something happen to him so easily? Hua Qi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still tense. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Qiu Chongkong had led his army to attack. No matter what, we have to defend this place. Lin Shui gritted her teeth. At this moment, a figure ran in a panic and shouted, "Not good, sect leader." Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the Shifeng Sword Sect, has already arrived outside the mountain gate with a group of elite soldiers. What? So fast? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Gather everyone and defend against the enemy with me. Lin Shui shouted, and everyone headed towards the mountain gate. Chapter 478 Arrogant. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the Mystical Sword Sect, they saw a large army with fluttering flags outside the sect. The army was divided into two groups. The first group wore golden armor and rode golden lions, looking like small golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Army, this was the Sun Army of the Great Sun House. On the side of the Sun Legion, there were legions in blue armor. This army was the Shifeng Sword School's most elite army, and there were about 100,000 people. The two armies added up to 200,000. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Their momentum was so strong that many mystical sword sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. The Ten Directions Sword Sect had used these two elite armies to break through and unexpectedly arrive in front of the mystical sword sect. Buzz! When Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure rushed out from the army of the Ten Directions Sword Sect. He stood in the air with an imposing aura. It was Qiu Wuyang, the head of the Ten Directions Sword School. Lin Shui, you're already at your wits' end. Hurry up and surrender. If you surrender, I might spare your life. Qiu Wuyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Shui with disdain. Buzz! Lin Shui took a step forward and floated in the air, facing Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you just borrowed some external power. It's not a big deal. Lin Shui coldly said. Haha, Lin Shui, you're really naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this logic. You're really a blockhead. No wonder you failed. Qiu Wuyang laughed proudly. Lin Shui did not look at him, but looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, Everyone from the Great Sun Mansion, the mystical sword sect has never offended the Great Sun Mansion. Why did you send an army to attack us? Haha, you didn't offend our Great Sun Mansion? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them was wearing golden armor and had an extremely strong aura. All 3 of them were half-step king warriors. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was extremely burly, and he was the one who had just spoken. And NBSP, he coldly looked at Lin Shui and said, Your mystical sword sect has a long history with my Great Sun Mansion. You just don't know about it. The old grudge he was referring to was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Naturally, Lin Shui did not know about it. She was stunned. Humph. The burly man sneered and continued, Moreover, even if there's no old grudge between you two should be annihilated as well. Who asked you to offend the geniuses of the Ditian Divine Guards? The Ditian Divine Guards. It's really the Ditian Divine Guards. Qiu Chongkong, is it you? At this moment, Ling Patian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui, shouting. Haha, that's me. At this moment, a figure flew out from the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. It was Qiu Chongkong. Qiu Chongkong's eyes turned cold as he laughed. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, the Blazing Sun Empire should be unified. You guys are so stubborn, you're just asking for your own destruction. Qiu Chongkong, as an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, you actually used your personal power to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You violated the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you won't be able to escape punishment. Lin Shui said. Investigate? Haha, what a joke, just you guys? Even if you report me to the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Palace, who will listen to you? Who will pursue me, a genius Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guard who is at the peak of his power, just because of an ant from a small empire like you? It's ridiculous. Qiu Chongkong laughed loudly, showing no fear. Detestable. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others all gritted their teeth in anger. But in his heart, he felt helpless. They knew that Qiu Chongkong was right. They were just half-step king warriors of a few small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were nothing. Even if they reported them, no one would pay them any attention. Qiu Chongkong, don't be so arrogant. Lu Ming is one of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. If he finds out about this, he won't let this matter rest. On the mountain peak of the mystical sword sect, Hua Qi shouted. Lu Ming, hee. I advise you not to have high hopes for Lu Ming. He's probably already gone to see the King of Hell. Qiu Chongkong coldly laughed. Impossible? Qiu Chongkong, You're fucking bullshitting. How could Lu Ming be in trouble? You're not dead. How could Lu Ming be? Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi! Kill! Chiu Chong Kong roared as a cold killing intent exploded from his body. His aura was like a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. Half-Step King You've actually reached the Half-Step King realm? Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, Chiu Chong Kong's aura was indeed that of a Half-Step King. It seemed that Chiu Chong Kong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. He had reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, and he had also comprehended a trace of Thunder intent. He was indeed a Half-Step King. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Shang Guanming, Yen Quan, and the others all had ugly expressions. Chiu Chong Kong's cultivation had already reached the Half-Step King realm in such a short period of time. This was truly terrifying. Chiu Chong Kong laughed coldly and smugly. He looked at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking down on ants. Finally, he turned to Hua Qi and coldly shouted, Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Detian Divine Guard, and you, a prince of a fallen nation, dare to scold me? You're simply courting death. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me in public to admit your mistakes. I can consider sparing your dog life. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Chiu Chong Kong, if you have the ability, kill me. It's impossible for me to kneel down and admit my mistakes. Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Chiu Chong Kong any face at all. You're looking for death. Chiu Chong Kong's eyes turned cold. His palm was like a sword as he slashed out. Whoosh! A sword of lightning streaked across the air and slashed at Hua Qi. Fast, so fast that it was impossible to describe. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Eighth Prince, be careful. An old figure suddenly rushed out from Hua Qi's side. A vast aura rose from his body as he slashed out a blade light. However, the saber light was shattered like tofu by Chiu Chong Kong's sword light. Blood gushed out as the old figure was cut in half by Chiu Chong Kong's sword. Royal Grandfather! Hua Qi let out an earth-shaking roar. The person who had stood in front of Hua Qi was the last imperial uncle of the royal family. The last 9th-level martial ancestor realm expert had died just like that. The old imperial uncle had been standing by Hua Qi's side the entire time, so he had been able to save Hua Qi's life in time. Ah, Chiu Chong Kong, I'll fight you to the death. Hua Qi's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chiu Chong Kong. You, an ant-like thing, want to fight me to the death? Dang! Chiu Chong Kong coldly snorted as another sword light slashed out. Buzz! This time, Lin Shui was prepared. The aura on her body surged, and a sword light burst out, slashing toward Chiu Chong Kong's sword light. Boom! There was a shocking boom, and then a figure retreated. It was Lin Shui. At this moment, his body was trembling. Everyone could see a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest, and blood was flowing out. CSI! Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Chiu Chong Kong in shock. Chapter 479 Rather Die Than Surrender. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect and a half-step king, had been injured by Chiu Chong Kong in one move. Moreover, Chiu Chong Kong didn't seem to be using his full strength. Chiu Chong Kong's combat strength was way too terrifying. Everyone from the mystical sword sect was shocked. Humph! Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Chiu Chong Kong looked down at Lin Shui arrogantly. Lin Shui's expression was extremely ugly, and her figure quickly retreated. At the same time, Ling Patian also followed Lin Shui, and the two of them retreated back to the mountain gate. Activate the sect's protective array. Lin Shui shouted. Buzz! Buzz! As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the 5 peaks of the mystical sword sect Qilin Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak started to shake slightly. Then, a beam of extremely bright light shot out from each of them. The 5 rays of light gathered and formed a huge light screen formation, enveloping the entire mystical sword sect. Within the formation, endless sword chi swam, protecting the mystical sword sect. This formation had been destroyed by the Duanmu family from the inside during the battle at the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, it had been completely repaired, and it was even more powerful than before. Humph, you want to stop me? Dream on. Chiu Chongkong coldly snorted as his bloodline power appeared. At the same time, a combat sword crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash! Dang! Chiu Chongkong shouted as he slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling sword chi of lightning slashed at the Mystical Sword Sect's protective formation. Buzz! The Mystical Sword Sect's protective formation trembled slightly. With a flash of light, it formed a sword ray as large as a mountain. It flew out and collided with Chiu Chongkong's sword chi. With a loud boom, the two sword radiances disappeared. Everyone in the Mystical Sword Sect heaved a sigh of relief. With the sect protecting formation, it would not be easy for the other party to break through it. Detestable! Chiu Chongkong bellowed in rage, wanting to continue his attack. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a calm voice could be heard. Following that, Xuechao stepped forward with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Chiu Chongkong. Senior brother, it's great that you're here. Chiu Chongkong was overjoyed. N. Xuechao nodded his head and turned to look at the Mystical Sword Sect. His eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he said, "It's just a small formation, a child's play. Who can it stop?" After saying that, Xuechao took another step forward and appeared in the sky above the Mystical Sword Sect, looking down at the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others were worried. Boom! Right at this moment, Xuechao's aura completely erupted without the slightest restraint. A vast and terrifying aura filled the entire Mystical Sword Sect. When Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces went pale. A king, this is the aura of a king, this is a king. Lin Shui shouted in shock, her eyes filled with shock. How could this be? Even the king tiers of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards have been mobilized. Ling Patian also roared. What? This was a king tier? Heavens, such a young king tier? We're finished, we're finished. The Mystical Sword Sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes looked at Xuechao in the air. When he saw the expressions of the people from the Mystical Sword Sect, Xuechao only felt his entire body relax, and his heart was extremely pleased. He loved this kind of reverent expression. Just a small formation, break it for me. Xuechao shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth converged toward Xuechao. A 1,000-meter-long lightning sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down at the Mystical Sword Sect. Activate the formation, defend with all your might. Lin Shui roared. Buzz! The sect-protecting array shook violently. Endless light gathered and formed a shocking giant sword, which blasted towards the thunderbolt sword that Xuechao had slashed out. Boom! There was a loud noise, but this time, the huge sword formed by the Mystical Sword Sect's sect-protecting formation collapsed instantly. The giant lightning sword did not stop and continued to slash at the Mystical Sword Sect's protective formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the Mystical Sword Sect's protective formation collapsed. Bang! Bang! 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 5 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air, and wails could be heard. This was the explosion of the array base of the sect-protecting array. Those who controlled the array were either dead or injured. Countless people from the Mystical Sword Sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xuechao with incomparable fear. Oh my god, the sect's protective array has been broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in horror. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others all looked at Xuechao, their eyes filled with fear. It was too powerful. In front of this power they were just ants. Not only them, even Qiu Wuyang and the Sun Legion's powerhouses looked at Xuechao with respect. A king had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Ha ha, what formation! He can't even block one move from my senior brother. Chiu Chongkong laughed heartily. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Shui shouted. What could he do at this stage? Only a battle. Humph, you guys want to fight me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender, I'll spare your lives. Who wants to surrender? Xueqiao sneered as he swept his gaze across the entire mystical sword sect. Some people's eyes immediately flickered, clearly moved. Listen up, people of the mystical sword sect. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender, we'll be cursed for 1,000 generations. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Shui shouted. The people of my Crimson Cloud Valley would rather die than surrender. Ling Patian also roared. The members of the imperial family will never surrender. Hua Qi also called out. Haha, good, very good. In that case, I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender, you can come out and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Xueqiao's body and enveloped the entire scene, causing many people to shiver. Surround the entire mystical sword sect and don't let a single person escape. Xueqiao ordered Qiu Wuyang. Yes, yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded. Xueqiao then turned around and walked to Qiu Chongkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive, he'll definitely rush over once he hears the news. We'll give him a few days to come and die. Xueqiao said to Qiu Chongkong in a low voice. Senior brother is wise. With master's arrangements, Lu Ming will be dead if he comes back alive. Haha, I really hope he's not dead and can make it here. Then, I'll kill his friends and family in front of him and make him regret offending me. Qiu Chongkong said through gritted teeth. His face was filled with cold resentment. Lu Ming's arrival. They had surrounded the mystical sword sect but did not kill them. Their goal was to wait for Lu Ming's arrival. Furthermore, Xueqiao and Qiu Chongkong both hated and feared Lu Ming. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Boom, boom, boom. The Sun Army and the 10 Direction Sword Sect army spread out and surrounded the mystical sword sect. Xueqiao waved his hand, and a jade table and a few jade chairs immediately appeared. The tables and chairs were all floating in the air. Xueqiao was casually sitting on a chair. Qiu Chongkong immediately took out a pot of fine wine and poured a cup for Xueqiao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xueqiao to drink while waiting. Lin Shui and the others had ugly expressions. The other party is using psychological warfare to force those with weak minds to surrender. This is an insult to us. Hua Qi said with a deep voice. The other party had a martial king and could easily crush them. However, they did not make a move. In their eyes, this was an insult to them. AI. Lin Shui let out a long sigh. Even if she knew, what could she do? His strength was inferior to others. Hold your position and wait for the situation to change. Lin Shui ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate, staring at Qiu Chongkong and the others. After which, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged at the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. When I change my mind, it will be too late. Xueqiao's cold voice spread throughout the mystical sword sect as he drank. Countless people in the mystical sword sect had different expressions on their faces. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and did not fear death. Some people's eyes flickered and wavered. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender, I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted. A burly middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon from the White Tiger Hall. Damn it, after hanging out with the Duanmu family for so long, they've all become traitors. A gold-robed elder roared. Ha ha ha, good, I won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, make the necessary arrangements. He will be a member of your Shifang sword sect from now on. Xueqiao laughed. Yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded in agreement. I also surrender. I also want to surrender. At this moment, more people started to shout and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor! You damn traitor! Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that these people have left, Lin Shui said. Then, everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became even more depressing. The first day passed just like that. Other than the dozen or so people from the White Tiger Hall who had surrendered, no one else did. On the second day, the people's hearts were even more unstable. Some people were getting more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could bear it? Although Lin Shui and the rest knew about it, they had no choice. The third day. I surrender. I want to surrender. On the third day, someone finally rushed out of the mystical sword sect with a loud cry. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger Hall. Even people from the other halls began to rush out of the mystical sword sect. There were bronze disciples, Esilavira disciples, and even elders. AI! Lin Shui sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. Time flew by, and it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly exploded, and the number increased greatly. I surrender! The people who surrendered joined together. There were thousands of them. There were people from the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor! Ling Patian flew into a rage and wished he could rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered was still increasing. On the fourth day, nearly 4,000 people surrendered. On the fifth day, the number of people who surrendered decreased, but there were still about 1,000 people. On the sixth day, Xuechao suddenly slammed the table heavily. It's been more than 5 days. Lu Ming is still not here. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead. Xuechao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait for a few more days? What if Lu Ming is still alive? Qiu Chongkong replied. He was fearful of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's take them all down first, then we can wait. Xuechao said. Then all right, we'll do as senior brother says. Qiu Chongkong nodded. Buzz. Xuechao stood up and took a step forward. Boom. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura burst out from her body. Who's going to fight the enemy with me? Me. Ling Patian roared. Me. And me. Shangguan Ming, Yan Quan, the other 2 half-step king warriors from the mystical sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some gold-robed elders, all responded. Their auras exploded and gathered together, stirring up a storm. Roar! With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the golden-eyed blood corpse. Haha, a few mere half-step king warriors, and some ants who aren't even half-step king warriors, and you want to fight with me? You really don't know your place, you're simply courting death. Xuechao sneered. You're just a dog. How dare you attack the mystical sword sect? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As soon as Xuechao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Xuechao and Qiu Chongkong's bodies trembled violently as they exclaimed, Lu Ming! Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others also shuddered and shouted, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming! Everyone could not help but look towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. It was too fast. It was simply too fast. A moment ago he was at least a few dozen miles away, but in the next moment, he was already right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Good, we made it! Lu Ming's gaze swept across and he immediately felt at ease. For the past 5 days, he didn't sleep or rest. He rushed like crazy and finally arrived. Lu Ming, why did you come here alone? The other party has a king. Leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui quickly called out. That's right. Lu Ming, you should leave quickly. As the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their power and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Palace. As long as you report this to the higher-ups, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other party had a king. Lu Ming was no match for him. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status was not something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would definitely take it seriously. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly and Lin Shui and the rest quieted down. Imperceptibly, Lu Ming had already gained great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming then turned to Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao and said coldly, "You two trash. I don't think you're that bold. It must be the old dog behind you who ordered you to come. Come to kill Lu Ming." Xue Chao and Qiu Chongkong's faces turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. "How dare you insult my master? You're courting death," Xue Chao shouted. "Insulting your master? I call him old dog because I think highly of him. Today, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill that old dog," Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Shui and the others were stunned when they heard this. Although they didn't know who Xue Chao's master was, Xue Chao himself was a king tier. From this, they could tell that Xue Chao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming say? To kill Xue Chao? Kill a king. They felt that their brains were a little overwhelmed. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today." Xue Chao leaped up and laughed wildly. "Is that so?" Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and walked towards Xue Chao. "Lu Ming, don't be afraid of you because of me. I'll let you have a taste of my newly cultivated unique skill, Lightning Fairy Slash." Xue Chao roared. A combat sword flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with his sword and turned into a flash of lightning sword radiance, charging toward Lu Ming. "Be careful!" Lin Shui and the others shouted in shock. However, it was too late. The sword light was in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At this moment, they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under this sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Buzz! With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming slapped with his other hand. Then, Xue Chao's attacks, sword chi, lightning, all of them were instantly destroyed. Pa! A resounding slap reverberated throughout the entire mystical sword sect. Lu Ming slapped Xue Chao's face. Xue Chao was sent flying a few thousand meters and spun a few hundred times in the air before he stopped. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth had fallen out, and blood was constantly flowing down. However, Xue Chao did not seem to have any reaction to this. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Chongkong, Qiu Wuyang, and the Sun Army were all dumbfounded. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Yan Quan, and the others from the mystical sword sect were also completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent as everyone stared at the scene in shock. Xue Chao was a king tier. He was extremely powerful. 5 days ago, Xue Chao had destroyed the mystical sword sect protecting formation with a casual strike of his sword. His strength was so powerful that it made people despair. However, such a powerful king had unleashed his full strength to kill Lu Ming, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming's slap as if he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brains seemed to have short-circuited, and they couldn't react for a moment. Martial King, Lu Ming, you've broken through to the Martial King realm. After a long while, Xue Chao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. It had only been a short while, and Lu Ming had already broken through to the Martial King realm. It was hard for him to accept this. After all, he had been stuck at the half-step king realm for many years. He had accumulated for many years before he had broken through by luck. However, how long had it been since Lu Ming left? Monster. He's a monster. Xue Chao felt his heart trembling, exuding endless fear. Whoosh! However, Xue Chao's shrieks had ignited the entire mystical sword sect. What? Why did Lu Ming break through to the Martial King realm? Martial King. Martial King. Ha ha ha, the mystical sword sect has finally given birth to a Martial King. Hey, Lu Ming has left the mystical sword sect long ago. I don't care. I'm certain that he's from the mystical sword sect. Such a young Martial King. This is unbelievable. We're saved, we're saved. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the mystical sword sect or the disciples of the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so overjoyed that they almost lost their minds. They only knew how to roar crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them, there were even many elders who were of a certain age who were the same. As for Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the other higher-ups, they weren't any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King. Lu Ming has actually broken through to the Martial King realm. Lin Shui growled, her voice trembling. He would not be surprised if Lu Ming could break through to the Martial King realm in the future. However, Lu Ming had now broken through to the Martial King realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? There had never been a Martial King under the age of 20 in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is that possible? How is that possible? Go, quickly go! Chiu Changkong shrieked. He was scared out of his wits. He flew away frantically, trying to get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Leave. Chiu Changkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming's cold gaze fell on Chiu Changkong. Chiu Changkong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this moment boom, boom. In the army of the 10 Directions Sword School, 5 auras suddenly burst out. Each of these 5 auras was vast and boundless, and each aura was as heavy as a mountain. King's Aura. These 5 auras were actually all King's auras. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xue Chao's. One of them, in particular, was incomparably terrifying. It was vast and mighty, surging out like a vast sea. A terrifying pressure covered the entire area, and many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then, 5 figures stepped into the air and floated in the air. There were only 5 brawny men with extremely burly figures and muscles as solid as steel. The person in the middle was actually one-eyed, and the most terrifying aura was emitted by him. 2 of them are at the early stage of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm, and 2 of them are at the middle stage. The middle-aged man has actually reached the early stage of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell the other party's cultivation. Lin Shui and the others widened their eyes in fear. A king, another king. Moreover, 5 king tiers had appeared at once. From their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xue Chao. How did this happen? It had been over 1,000 years since the Blazing Sun Empire had produced a king. Even Lin Shui and the others, who were half-step kings, had only seen a few kings in their entire lives. But what happened today? Why were there king tiers appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these king tiers? Lin Shui and the others had a bad feeling. Lu Ming, you won't be able to kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this time, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke, his voice full of killing intent. Lin Shui and the rest were shocked. Were these kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's gaze was very calm as he asked indifferently. Hee, you don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. That's enough. The one-eyed man sneered. Hee, do you think I don't know that it's because of that old dog, the Thunder Palace Master? That old dog has really put in a lot of effort. In order to kill me, he actually set up a series of traps and mobilized so many kings, even a Level 3 Martial King. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 482. This kid is a monster. Now, how could Lu Ming not understand? From the moment he accepted the mission, it was a chain of events. In the process of doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Palace Master to kill him. It would be best if he could kill Lu Ming during that mission. If Lu Ming had not died, they would have disclosed the news of Chiu Changkong and Xue Chao attacking the mystical sword sect to Lu Ming. Lu Ming would have rushed back at all costs, and the master of the Thunder Palace had already set up experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. The purpose of the consecutive traps was to kill Lu Ming. After the one-eyed man's group of 5 heard this, they sneered a few times and didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Today is the day you die. Chiu Chong Kong finally stopped running when he saw the one-eyed man and the other 4. He became braver and laughed out loud as he looked at Lu Ming with contempt. Kill him. Kill him. No, don't kill him yet. Cripple him. I want to kill his family and friends one by one in front of him. I want him to see his family die miserably in front of him. I want him to regret it. I want him to die in regret. Xue Chao shouted crazily. He had been abused by Lu Ming time and time again. His hatred for Lu Ming had seeped deep into his bones. If you 2 little dogs don't run now, you won't have the chance later. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Chiu Chong Kong and Xue Chao. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, but when they thought about the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm? He had only just broken through to the Martial King realm. The gap between each level of the Martial King realm was extremely huge. No matter how monstrous Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to cross 2 levels in the Martial King realm and fight the one-eyed man. Moreover, there were 4 other experts assisting him. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming cut the crap. Dang. The one-eyed man's body gave off a shocking aura. Big brother, he's just a young fellow who has just broken through to the Martial King realm. Why do you need to do anything to him? I'd like to see what this Eastern Sky Divine Guard is capable of. Another burly man walked out. He held a long spear in his hand, revealing his sharp edge. That's good. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what this Eastern Sky Divine Guard is capable of. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, the combat power of a Martial Ancestor doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their combat power will remain so strong. The one-eyed man said. No matter how talented Lu Ming is, he can still fight above his level. That great Han Dynasty's early stage of the 2nd-tier Martial King realm cultivation base should have no worries in protecting himself, the one-eyed man thought to himself. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming, the aura on his body extremely violent. He shouted coldly, Lu Ming, die! Buzz! The burly man thrust the long spear in his hand. An extremely sharp spear pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming. Since you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Roar! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored True Dragon pounced forward, roaring furiously. Boom! The tip of the man's spear was crushed by the 3-colored dragon's claw, but it didn't stop and continued to pounce on the man. 5th brother, be careful! The one-eyed man roared. But it was too late. The 3-colored True Dragon crashed into the burly man's body. The burly man screamed as his body was sent flying like a broken sack. Blood spurted out of his mouth. One move and he was heavily injured. Die! A lightning spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave of his hand, the lightning spear turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at the burly man. It was too fast for the other party to dodge. Poochie! The lightning spear pierced through the opponent's chest, blasting a huge hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me! The burly man didn't die for a while. He let out a shrill scream and then died. 5th brother! 5th brother! The remaining 4 burly men all let out shrill roars. Lin Shui and the rest of the mystical sword sect members were dumbfounded. Although the Martial King realm was beyond their knowledge, they could still tell from their auras that the 5 men were extremely powerful. Each of them was several times stronger than Xue Chao. However, such a powerful expert, an existence that they looked up to, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength had simply exceeded their imagination. My God, it's only been a short while and Lu Ming has already grown to such a level. As expected, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, while Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon is free from the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true glory. The old ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Xue Chao, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming had wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead. He shivered at the thought of this. How could this be? How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Why? How did he cultivate? God, why are you so unfair? Why can't I be the one who's so strong? Qiu Chongkong glared at Lu Ming with extreme jealousy, roaring in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. Don't let a single one of his family off. The one-eyed man roared. Kill. Kill. The eyes of the other burly men were red and they emitted a sharp killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 burly men joined forces and launched an earth-shattering attack at Lu Ming. You're the ones who will die. Go. Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered between heaven and earth and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Lightning flickered as if it was the might of heaven. The experts from the mystical sword sect, the Sun Legion, and the 10-direction sword sect, such as Qiu Wuyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their entire bodies trembled and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's ability? Their hearts trembled as they thought. The initial success of the first-level thunder mentality? Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the martial king realm? How is that possible? The one-eyed man let out a terrified roar. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He shouted and thrust his long spear forward. Whoosh, whoosh. For spear lights instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward the 4 burly men. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 loud bangs, the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time, but the lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through them. Then there were 3 shrill screams. Except for the one-eyed man, the other 3 men followed the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear, and their hearts were completely burned by the power of lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed man managed to escape, he still coughed up blood and roared. Big brother, run. This guy is a monster. You're not his match. A burly man roared and then died. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll fight you to the death. The one-eyed man let out a long roar, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Crippled with one kick, the one-eyed man did not run away at all. Instead, he charged at Lu Ming frantically. Whoosh. The war spear flew across the sky and instantly pierced through a distance of a few thousand meters, heading towards Lu Ming. Go, quickly go. On the other side, Xue Chao and Qiu Chongkong were already shrieking in fear as they flew away frantically. They didn't dare to stop for a moment. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a devil. It's too late to escape. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a thought, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. Gakudo Path attack. Whoosh. The man and the spear became one, turning into an extreme attack. Puchi. When Lu Ming's figure reappeared, there was a large hole in the one-eyed man's chest. Lu Ming cast his strongest attack and killed the one-eyed man in one move. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. The blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others was all devoured by him. Immediately, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xue Chao. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xue Chao. Ah, no! Xue Chao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he frantically retreated. Xue Chao, I've said it before. Today you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you off. It won't do you any good. Xuechao shouted in fear. Don't worry. It won't be long before that old dog, the Thunder Palace Master, will also go down to accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he thrust his spear. Arg! Ah, no! Xuechao roared crazily and exploded with all his strength, wanting to block it. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through him and all his resistance turned into ashes. Blood spurted out as Xuechao was pierced by the spear. Xuechao dead. At the same time, Xuechao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming, and his storage ring was taken away. Then, he turned around and disappeared. Run, run, run! Chiu Changkong's face was pale, and his lips trembled as he tried his best to fly away. However, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Arg! Lu Ming, don't kill me! Chiu Changkong roared. His entire body trembled non-stop, and cold sweat poured down his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Chiu Changkong's face lit up with joy, Lu Ming continued, because the person who should kill you shouldn't be me. Bang! Lu Ming kicked Chiu Changkong's dantian. A violent force gushed into his dantian and the chi cyclone in his dantian was destroyed. As soon as the chi cyclone was destroyed, Chiu Changkong's cultivation was crippled. Lu Ming, you've crippled my cultivation. Ah, you've crippled my cultivation. You animal! You animal! Chiu Changkong let out a cry of despair. Nonsense! Lu Ming slapped Chiu Changkong and sent him flying for dozens of miles, landing above the mystical sword sect. Take him down! Lin Shui shouted in excitement. An expert immediately flew out and captured Chiu Changkong. Retreat! Retreat! At this moment, Zhou Wuyang and the Sun Army's experts were all scared out of their wits. They roared madly and wanted to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? Today, none of you shall think of leaving. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Legion. King, please spare us. We're from the Great Sun Mansion. The old ancestor of our Great Sun Mansion is also a king. An armored general roared. However, Lu Ming's response was a punch. This punch contained an endless amount of thunder power, and it immediately exploded. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning flashed. Below, the Sun Army's soldiers screamed. In an instant, at least thousands of Sun Army soldiers were struck to death by lightning. Including the few half-step kings in the lead, they were all killed. Attack! Everyone, attack! Annihilate the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Lin Shui shouted. Everyone attack! Ling Patian also roared. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! Figures rushed out from the mystical sword sect and headed for the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Kill! The martial artists below the martial arts Grandmaster realm also roared in anger and charged out of the mystical sword sect. How did this happen? Zhou Wuyang, the head of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, let out a shrill cry and ran away. He couldn't care about the other people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Ming! Zhou Wuyang shouted in fear. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He kicked Chiu Wuyang's dantian and Chiu Wuyang followed in Chiu Changkong's footsteps. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment they shot out. In the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sun Legion, all the martial artists above the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm were killed by the lightning spear. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not make any more moves. He stood quietly in the void and began to refine the blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others. With the death of the senior executives of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army, the rest were like a pile of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ming to take action. Boom, boom, boom. The blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into essential core and used the other half to improve his second bloodline. A moment later, the second bloodline trembled and the 6th Asilavirar chakra appeared. His second bloodline had also advanced to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased a little, reaching the peak of the early phase of the 1st level of the Martial King Realm. 1 Level 3 Martial King Realm, 4 Level 2 Martial King Realm, and 1 Level 1 Martial King Realm, but they only helped me improve my cultivation by this little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed like he would need even more resources to raise his cultivation after breaking through to the Martial King Realm. Not far away, the battle cries shook the heavens, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Not long after, the sounds of fighting died down. Only a few of the people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Legion had escaped. Most of them had been killed. This was especially so for the higher-ups of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect. This time, in order to destroy the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Direction Sword Sect had sent out 9th level experts and 8th level experts from the Heavenly Fiend Sect. In this battle, they were completely annihilated. This included the sect leaders of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden Eye! Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The golden-eyed blood corpse was wrapped in a thick blood aura. The blood aura gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. The golden eye just absorbed the blood of the one-eyed man and the others. After absorbing the king's blood, it seems like it's going to evolve again. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Shangguan Ming, Yan Quan, and the rest appeared not far from Lu Ming. No, I pay my respects to the king. Lin Shui initially wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she immediately reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. The others also bowed and cupped their fists. Qiu Chongkong in despair. In the world of martial Dao, strength came first. The stronger one was, the higher one's status would be. It had nothing to do with seniority. At that moment, Lin Shui and the rest looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king, and one that was so young. Their hearts were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xue Chao had displayed the strength of a king tier and destroyed the mystical sword sect's protective formation with a single move. Just how powerful was he? They were already in despair. However, he did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Bini Tian's spirit, he finished off his opponent. In the crowd, Yan Quan's mood was extremely complicated. In his mind, all kinds of situations in the Dark Moon Empire's Mo family emerged. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak that there was a huge difference between them. However, only a short while had passed and the situation had reversed. Now, Lu Ming was much stronger than him. So this is the legendary Heaven's favorite. I didn't expect to meet him here. Yan Quan sighed. Let's go back to the sect. Lu Ming said. Outside the mystical sword sect, there were naturally many people who had to deal with the aftermath. Lu Ming and the rest had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you. Let me go. Send me the message. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Chongkong started to plead hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Chongkong's cultivation had been crippled, and all the meridians in his body had been broken. He was worse than an ordinary person, and he was lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Chongkong, what's there to ask for? The winner takes it all. At most, I'll just die. Qiu Wuyang was similar to Qiu Chongkong, but he was much more unyielding. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. I, Qiu Chongkong, am a genius. I should have had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up in this state. It's all because of you, old man. You should die now. Qiu Chongkong glared at Qiu Wuyang and screamed madly. You! Qiu Wuyang looked at Qiu Chongkong in shock. He couldn't believe that Qiu Chongkong would speak to him in such a manner. Lu Ming, it's all this old man's fault. It's all his fault. He instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent. Chiu Changkong shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he flew toward a mountain behind the mystical sword sect. There was a small mountain at the back of the mystical sword sect. There was a courtyard on the mountain, and Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were staying there. Brother Tian, it should be Ming-er. He'll be fine, right? Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Chiu Changkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name and the news had spread throughout the mystical sword sect. Naturally, they had heard it as well. Ming-er is a genius. He should be fine. Don't worry. Lu Yuntian consoled. Even though he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It shook the earth and lightning flashed like the scene of the end of the world. This scene had already exceeded their scope of knowledge. Therefore they could not help but be worried that Lu Ming would encounter unimaginable enemies. Master, madam. At this moment, a burly man ran in hurriedly. How is it? How's the situation? Li Ping asked hurriedly. Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now, the 10 Direction Sword Sect is almost destroyed. The large man said excitedly. Really? Really? Lu Yuntian's eyes widened in shock. In his heart, the omnipresent sword sect was simply an invincible force. It dominated the Burning Sun Empire and was extremely powerful. Now, it was actually almost destroyed? How was that possible? Could it be that Ming-er did it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. Master, madam, I have another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king, a high and mighty king of martial arts. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Even his voice trembled as he said this. What? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. King. Ming-er has become a king tier? After a long while, they finally reacted. Their eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and also extreme excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with king-level powerhouses. Even grandmaster-level powerhouses were difficult to come into contact with. However, they had already heard of the name of a king tier countless times. They were all legendary figures who were like immortals with the ability to destroy the world. They lived for thousands of years and overlooked the changes in the world. The Blazing Sun Empire had not had a king for over 1,000 years. Now, their son had actually become such a character. They thought they were dreaming. Lu Chun is it true? Lu Yuntian's voice trembled slightly. He had been a true martial artist in the past, so he knew better what a king tier meant. In the past, the Grandmaster realm had been Lu Yuntian's lifelong goal. As for becoming a king, he did not even dare to think about it. Now his son, Lu Ming, had actually reached it. It's true. There's absolutely no mistake. The middle-aged man said firmly. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled, and a figure appeared. The few of them were shocked, but when they focused their eyes, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ming-er, Ming-er. Li Ping quickly walked to Lu Ming and sized him up carefully. In her eyes, Lu Ming was her son regardless of whether he was a king or not. Father, Mother, Ming-er has returned to see you, Lu Ming said. Ming, are you? You've broken through to the king's realm? Lu Yuntian asked. His voice was trembling as he looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Father, I was lucky enough to break through 5 days ago. Lu Ming scratched his head and said. Ha ha ha, he's really broken through to the king's tier. Ha ha ha, this is great. My son is a king's tier, and he's so young. After receiving Lu Ming's affirmative answer, Lu Yuntian was incomparably excited. He laughed heartily. He was even happier than when he broke through to the king tier himself. Father, I've come today to ask you to understand an old matter. Lu Ming said. An old matter? Lu Yuntian was a little puzzled. Father, Mother, come with me. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming conjured a curtain of true energy that enveloped Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the mystical sword sect's main gate. So fast. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were extremely shocked. The mountain was dozens of miles away from the mystical sword sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such a method was no different from a god's. However, this person was their son, which made them even happier. Greetings, Old Master Lu, Madam Lu. When Lin Shui and the rest saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, they immediately bowed and did not dare to show any neglect. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you are too polite, too polite. Lu Yuntian hurriedly returned the bow. Chiu Changkong? At this moment, Lu Yuntian's gaze swept across the area and he saw Chiu Changkong. The only one in the world above the divine wilderness. Lu Yuntian, no, Old Master Lu, no, Uncle Lu, I beg you to spare me. When Chiu Changkong saw Lu Yuntian, he cried out hysterically. Haha, Chiu Changkong, you still have the face to ask me to spare you? Haha, you've finally fallen to such an end. The heavens have eyes. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Uncle Lu, it was my fault in the past. I was blind and blinded by greed. I was wrong. Please, on account of my young and ignorant age, spare my dog life. Chiu Changkong wailed in anguish, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lu Ming was quite impressed with this. Tears and snot were flowing out of her eyes and nose. Chiu Changkong, shut up. You're a disgrace to the Chiu family. Chiu Wuyang shouted. Old man, you shut up. What's the Chiu family? How much is it worth? Don't mention the Chiu family to me. Chiu Changkong shouted. You! Chiu Wuyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. Was this still the genius of his Chiu family that only appeared once in 1,000 years? It was simply embarrassing. Old man! All of a sudden, Chiu Changkong's eyes narrowed as he struggled to his feet. He took out a dagger and walked toward Chiu Wuyang. The eyes of Lu Ming, Lin Shui, and the rest flashed, but they did not make a move. Evil creature, what do you want to do? Chiu Wuyang roared. What are you doing? It's all your fault. Go to hell. Chiu Changkong's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he stabbed the dagger in his hand toward Chiu Wuyang. Chiu Wuyang roared and rolled to the side, dodging the attack, but Chiu Changkong immediately followed up with another attack. This time, Chiu Wuyang couldn't avoid it anymore. The dagger pierced through his back and blood flowed out. Evil creature, evil creature! Chiu Wuyang roared. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief. He could not believe that Chiu Changkong would kill him. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and died. On the side, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others had complicated expressions. Chiu Wuyang, the overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire, a half-step king of his generation, and a formidable character who had almost unified the entire Blazing Sun Empire, had been killed by his most valued junior. It was truly a miserable scene. Lu Ming, Uncle Lu, look, I'm truly remorseful. I've even killed Chiu Wuyang. I beg you, please let me go. Chiu Changkong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I let such a person go, even the heavens would not agree. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and 4 long spears were condensed from his essential core. They flew out and nailed Chiu Changkong's limbs to the ground. Chiu Changkong let out a shrill cry. Lu Ming moved his hand and a combat sword appeared. He said, Father, Chiu Changkong's life is in our hands now. Lu Yuntian had once been captured by Chiu Changkong and tortured for 8 years. In this world, the person who should kill Chiu Changkong the most was Lu Yuntian. Moreover, Lu Ming also knew that Lu Yuntian had always had this knot in his heart. All right. Lu Yuntian took the sword and walked toward Chiu Changkong. No, Uncle Lu, don't kill me. Chiu Changkong was still begging for mercy. Shut up, Uncle Lu. You're not fit to call me that. Die. Die. Lu Yuntian shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Chiu Wuyang's head flew high into the air. Who? After killing Chiu Changkong, Lu Yuntian seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden and heaved a long sigh of relief. Ming, thank you for letting me kill Chiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian said to Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There is no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find a treasure that can help you recover. Lu Ming sighed. Haha Ming, there's no need to force it. I'm already very satisfied with your current achievements. Lu Yuntian laughed. Father, mother, why don't I see Qiu Yu? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming did not see Qiu Yu from the beginning. It was very strange. It was impossible for Qiu Yu to leave Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's side after such a huge battle. At the mention of Qiu Yu, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's expressions changed slightly. Lu Ming naturally noticed the change in their expressions. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Did something happen to Qiu Yu? Lu Ming could not help but feel anxious. Father, mother, Qiu Yu, what happened to her? Lu Ming asked. Ming, don't worry. Qiu Yu is fine. Li Ping said hurriedly. Then why don't I see her? Sigh, it's a long story. Ming, let's go back to our residence first and talk about it in detail. Lu Yuntian sighed. All right. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to the courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were staying. As for the matters outside, he would leave it to Lin Shui and the others to handle. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ming, Qiu Yu left 3 months ago. Li Ping sighed. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. He left. Where did she go? Lu Ming asked. Ming, it's like this. About 3 months ago, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared. She said that she saw Qiu Yu's talent and that Qiu Yu's bloodline was suitable for her to inherit her legacy. She wanted to take Qiu Yu as her disciple and take her away from this place. Lu Yuntian explained. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was a little surprised. That's right. According to that middle-aged woman, she was traveling the world to find a suitable successor. She found Qiu Yu based on the resonance of her bloodline and was determined to take Qiu Yu as her disciple. At first, Qiu Yu and I were against it, but later on, that middle-aged woman revealed a shocking method. With a wave of her hand, the day suddenly turned into night. The most amazing thing is that she can tear the space apart. It's simply a divine technique. Seeing the opponent's incredible technique, I've decided to let Qiu Yu go with her. After all, it's good for Qiu Yu. Lu Yuntian said. What? With a wave of his hand, he can turn day into night, and he can even tear through space? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. What kind of technique was this? It was too terrifying. That's right. However, that girl Qiu Yu only wanted to wait for you to return and was unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. In the end, she was forcefully taken away by that middle-aged woman. Lu Yuntian said. Forcefully taken away? There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. That's right, but Ming, you don't have to worry. I think that woman really wants to take Qiu Yu as her disciple. She shouldn't make things difficult for Qiu Yu. Lu Yuntian said. Although he said this, Lu Ming still felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that he would never be able to see Qiu Yu again? Father, mother, did the other party leave any news? Did he say which sect he's from? Lu Ming asked. The other party only left behind one sentence, and that was in the divine wilderness, there is only one in the world. Lu Yuntian said. The only one in the world in the divine wilderness? What's the meaning of this? Lu Ming was stunned and he fell into deep thought. Killing their way to the imperial capital. Above the divine wilderness? Could it be in the divine wilderness? It was said that beyond the divine wilderness continent, there were other continents. However, that was too far away and was only a legend. Also, what did he mean by the only one in the world? Lu Ming could not understand. Ming, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Qiu Yu. When she's successful in her cultivation, she might come back to look for you. That girl will miss you. Seeing that Lu Ming was a little unhappy, Lu Yuntian tried to console him. Father, mother, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled slightly and composed himself. Following that, he began to chat with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. An hour later, Lu Ming took his leave. Lu Ming strode into the mystical sword sect's meeting hall. Lin Shui and the others were all inside. When they saw Lu Ming enter, they quickly stood up and saluted him. "Greetings, Lord King. We're all acquaintances, so there's no need to be so polite. Hua Qi, I promised you that I would let you personally destroy the 10 Direction Sword School. Now the time has come." Lu Ming waved his hand and said very directly. Hua Qi's face was filled with ecstasy. He came to Lu Ming and bowed deeply. "Brother Lu, Hua Qi will remember this and be extremely grateful to be able to get his revenge." "Haha, Hua Qi, with our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go. We'll go to the Imperial Capital first and help you take back the Imperial Capital. Then, we'll kill our way to the 10 Direction Sword School." Lu Ming said. "Let's go together." Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others said. And NBSP. "Okay, sect leader Lin, Hua Qi and I will leave first. You guys bring the martial ancestor and above experts and follow." Lu Ming said. After all, he still had to leave the aftermath to Lin Shui and the others. With that, Lu Ming's quintessential essence rolled up and he disappeared with Hua Qi. "Gather all the experts above the martial ancestor realm and we can set off," Lin Shui ordered. Lu Ming brought Hua Qi with him and left the mystical sword sect as fast as lightning, heading for the Imperial Capital. 10,000 miles away from the mystical sword sect, an army was charging towards the sect at high speed. This army was scarlet in color and exuded a terrifying aura. It was Lu Ming's crimson-scaled wolf cavalry. "Ow! Ow!" Wolf howls rang out as the blood-red cavalry charged forward. It could be seen that every soldier was soaked in blood. They had obviously gone through an intense battle. "Hurry! Hurry up!" Just now, the 10 Direction Sword Sect's army of 100,000 and the Sun Army broke through the encirclement and charged towards the mystical sword sect. They used the other troops to hold us back. They must be attacking the mystical sword sect. We must rush back to help. Huaying was extremely anxious and kept shouting. During this period of time, the blood-red iron cavalry had been led by Huaying. "General, there are extremely powerful experts in the 10 Direction Sword School and the Sun Army. Even if we rush over, I'm afraid it'll be of no use," a deputy general at the side said. "Even if it's useless, we still have to go. The Marquis Champion's family is in the mystical sword sect, and the 8th Prince is above them. Even if we're completely annihilated, we still have to go and save him." Huaying scolded. "Yes, General," the deputy general responded. "What's that?" Suddenly, a deputy general looked at the sky in the distance. Huaying and the others also looked over. At the end of the horizon, there was a bolt of lightning that was rapidly approaching. In the next moment, the lightning appeared in the sky above them. The lightning receded, and 2 young figures appeared in the sky. "What's that? Crown? The Marquis Champion?" "It's really the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back, and the 8th Prince is back as well." The blood-red cavalry instantly cried out in shock. "Your subordinate greets the Marquis Champion and the 8th Prince." Huaying hurriedly rushed up to the sky and bowed. "Your subordinate greets the Marquis Champion and the 8th Prince." All the blood-red iron cavalry saluted Lu Ming and Hua Qi. However, the first person they called out to was Lu Ming, followed by the 8th Prince. Lu Ming had single-handedly created the blood-red cavalry. In their hearts, Lu Ming was the supreme existence. Their first instinct was to listen to Lu Ming's orders. The blood-red cavalry was Lu Ming's blood-red cavalry. It was the Marquis Champion's blood-red cavalry. Even if Huaying was a member of the royal family, Lu Ming was their top priority now. "No need to be so polite." Lu Ming waved his hand. "Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, it's great that you're fine. We were just about to head to the mystical sword sect, but we didn't expect to see you here. Has the mystical sword sect been defeated?" Huaying's face was solemn. He guessed that the mystical sword sect might have been defeated, and Lu Ming had saved Hua Qi and broken out of the siege. "Yes, the war with the mystical sword sect has ended." Hua Qi nodded. "What? Could it be that the mystical sword sect has been completely annihilated?" Huaying's expression changed. If that was really the case, then the situation was really over. With just these people, they wouldn't be able to cause any waves at all. They could only retreat to the border as soon as possible. You're wrong. The war with the Mystic Essence Sword Sect has ended. The ones who were completely annihilated were the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Marquis Champion and I are heading to the Imperial capital now to kill the Heavenly King, that traitor. Hua Qi said. What? Hua Ying and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such an outcome. I forgot to tell you that the Marquis Champion has already broken through to the King's realm. How can those clowns from the 10 Direction Sword School be his match? Hua Qi said. What? King? A king? All the blood-red cavalry were stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at Lu Ming. King, this word seemed to have a magical power, and it stunned all of them. After a while, each of their bodies trembled with excitement. They looked at Lu Ming with crazy admiration. Marquis Champion, mighty. The Marquis Champion is invincible. The tens of thousands of blood-red cavalry shouted in excitement. Their general, their commander-in-chief, had actually broken through to the king's realm. They were extremely excited. They were the army that Lu Ming had single-handedly built. They would go through thick and thin together. Lu Ming's glory was their glory. They were naturally excited. From now on, the blood-red cavalry would not only be famous in the Burning Sun Empire, but also in the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor. Blood-red cavalry, hear my order. Lu Ming shouted. Your subordinate is here. The tens of thousands of blood-red cavalry roared, feeling their blood boil. The 8th Prince and I will go to the Imperial capital first. You guys follow us and kill your way to the Imperial capital. Lu Ming ordered. Yes, we'll kill our way to the Imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry roared. Let's go. Then, Lu Ming brought Hua Qi along and continued on his way to the Imperial capital. In the Imperial capital, within the Imperial palace, singing and dancing could be heard. In the Imperial garden of the Imperial capital, the Heavenly King Zhan was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Beside him, there were a few beautiful concubines. A little further down, Hua Jie was wearing a dragon robe and sitting there with an arrogant expression. The civil and military officials were seated below. In the middle of the Imperial garden, many young girls were dancing, and the Heavenly King was beaming with joy as he watched. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Omnipresent Sword Sect and the Sun Legion are currently attacking the Mystical Sword Sect. Soon, the Mystical Sword Sect will be defeated, and the Burning Sun Empire will be united. Your Majesty will be the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire. A shifty-eyed minister started to flatter the Heavenly King. Ha ha ha, my beloved official is right. Heavenly King Zhan laughed wildly and was extremely proud. Chapter 487 Death with a Single Glance. After that, the other officials all started to flatter him, causing the Heavenly King to laugh so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Right now, the situation of the Burning Sun Empire was no longer in question. His position as the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire was almost stable, so he was naturally happy. As for whether or not he was a puppet of the 10 Direction Sword School, who cared? As long as he sat on the Emperor's throne, he could enjoy it without restraint. The Heavenly King Zhan was surrounded by women on the left and on the right. His hands wandered around the two beautiful girls' bodies, and he felt extremely good. Just as he was feeling good, suddenly, a burly man in iron armor rushed in with an anxious face. Your Majesty, bad news, bad news. The burly man roared. Heaven Suppression King's face darkened, and he said coldly, Su Feng, what's the matter that you're in such a panic? Can't you see that I'm inviting all the civil and military officials to discuss the country's affairs? How are you going to conquer the world with me in the future if you're so uncollected? He's simply embarrassing me. Men, drag Su Feng away and give him 100 strokes of the stick as a warning to the others. Heavenly King Zhan waved his hand and two tall guards walked towards Su Feng. Your Majesty, let me finish. There's an urgent message from the front. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect has been in a great battle. The 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Sun Army have been annihilated. Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Chongkong have both died. Su Feng quickly shouted. Silence. The entire place fell silent. The dancing women seemed to be frozen in time. The civil and military officials were also in a similar state. Their movements stopped, and some of them were holding their wine glasses to drink, but the wine almost fell into their nostrils. Heavenly King Zhan opened his mouth and looked at Su Feng in a daze. Then, his pupils kept enlarging and his body started to tremble. He asked in a trembling voice, Su Feng, are you serious? If I find out that you've lied to me, I'll execute your entire family. It's absolutely true, Your Majesty. A general from the 10 Directions Sword School was lucky enough to survive. The news only reached me through multiple voice transmission talismans. Su Feng said loudly. Clang! The purple jade cup in Heavenly King Zhan's hand fell to the ground and shattered. His face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. First, his lips began to tremble, and then his entire body began to tremble. How could this be? How did this happen? How could the mystical sword sect kill Qiu Wuyang and the others with their strength? The Heavenly King kept mumbling to himself in disbelief. It's Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion has returned and easily killed all the experts from the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Su Feng said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming, it's actually him. I knew it. We can't let him live, we can't let him live. The Heavenly King roared. The 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Legion have been completely annihilated. The little bastard will definitely come to the Imperial City to avenge his father. Retreat, retreat. Count the troops. Also, take all the treasures and retreat to the Blood Zhao Empire quickly to seek the protection of the Great Sun Mansion. The Heavenly King roared. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? At this moment, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were Lu Ming and Hua Qi. Seeing Hua Qi and Lu Ming, the Heavenly King's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 2 people in the sky in horror. Old man, today is the day you die. I'm going to take your head and offer it to my father's spirit in heaven. When he saw the Heavenly King, Hua Qi's eyes turned red and he revealed a bone-deep hatred. Kill them all. The Heavenly King roared. Buzz, buzz. 6 figures rushed out of the crowd, each of them exuding the aura of a 9th-level martial ancestor. Heavenly King Zhan had actually secretly recruited 6 9th-level martial ancestor realm experts. This was quite extraordinary. What Marquis Champion? Go to hell. A middle-aged man with a cold and fierce expression slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 5 people appeared. For a moment, the world was extremely violent. The spirit chi was boiling, and all kinds of sword chi and saber chi were aimed at Lu Ming. With the 6 9th-level martial arts grandmaster powerhouses joining forces, even a large city would be instantly destroyed. Die, die! The Heavenly King's eyes were filled with hope. A clown! Lu Ming uttered a faint voice. He stood still in the air. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and then 6 thunderbolts shot out. Bang! Bang! With 6 crisp sounds, the 6 9th-level martial grandmasters under the Heavenly King were turned into ashes and disappeared. Bang! The Heavenly King fell to the ground and his body trembled again, several times more than before. The other civil and military officials were in a similar state. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. In their eyes, the invincible 9th-grade martial arts grandmaster had turned into ashes with just one glare from Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. This was simply the means of a god. It was not something that human strength could match. Marquis Champion Wudi, your servant Gao Chuan, welcomes the return of the Marquis Champion and the 8th Prince. Suddenly, a sneaky-looking minister shouted from below. He looked at Lu Ming and Hua Qi with a fawning expression. What? Lu Ming and Hua Qi were slightly taken aback. Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, you don't know this, but I have always been loyal to the late Emperor. I have endured the humiliation to stay by the side of Heavenly Suppression King, waiting for the day when the 8th Prince returns. The heavens have eyes, 8th Prince, you have finally returned. Gao Chuan shouted, his face full of flattery. Damn it, this Gao Chuan is really quick to change his boat. The other officials gritted their teeth. Oh. According to what I know, when the Heavenly King of Suppression charged into the imperial capital, You were the first to surrender. You even opened the city gates and let the Heavenly King of Suppression's army in. Hua Qi sneered. Gao Chuan's expression changed drastically. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Eighth Prince, you've misunderstood, you've misunderstood. There's no need to explain to me. Go down and explain to my father." Buzz! Hua Qi unsheathed his sword and cut Gao Chuan in half. "Old man, it's your turn now." Hua Qi looked at the Heavenly King. Qi, I'm your imperial uncle. We're blood relatives. On this account I beg you to spare me this once." Sky King shouted. "Spare you? When you killed my father why didn't you think that he was your blood relative? Now you're saying that he's your blood relative? You're so shameless." Dang! Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he pointed his sword at the Heavenly King's suppression. "No, protect the Emperor. Guards, protect the Emperor." The Heavenly King Zhen started to shout crazily. However, no one moved. Everyone sat there in silence, not moving an inch. What a joke. 6 9th level martial ancestor realm experts had died in an instant. They did not want to die. 10 Square Mountain. Hua Qi kill. Lu Ming nodded at Hua Qi at the same time. A surge of essential core flowed into Hua Qi's body. Hua Qi felt his body fill with energy. "Old man, go to hell." Hua Qi shouted and charged at Heavenly King Zhen. "You're the one who's going to die." Seeing that there was no way out, Heavenly King Zhen revealed a fierce look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a broad combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Hua Qi. The Heavenly Suppression King's cultivation was not weak. He had reached the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Hua Qi was only a 9th grade great martial master and had yet to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, Hua Qi's sword contained Lu Ming's essential core. Essential core was many times more powerful than essential qi. Moreover, it was Lu Ming's essential core. Puchi! Hua Qi's sword had destroyed all of Heavenly King Zhen's attacks and split him and his sword in half. Heavenly King Zhen, dead. "Ha ha ha, father, did you see that? Your son has finally avenged you." Hua Qi knelt on the ground and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears continued to flow. It was as if he wanted to release all the hatred that had been pent up in his heart. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just watched quietly at the side. "Hua Jie, don't leave." Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Lu Ming took a look and revealed a smile. It turned out that Hua Jie had wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he had been captured by some ministers. At this moment, the Heavenly King had already died, and the officials had no loyalty left. They wanted to take out their hearts and express their feelings to Hua Qi, so how could they let Hua Jie escape? "No, let me go, let me go!" Hua Jie shouted in fear. "Hua Jie, I'll send you to your father." Hua Qi's sword was dripping with blood as he walked toward Hua Jie. "Don't kill me, don't!" Hua Jie shrieked. Then, a foul smell came out. This guy actually peed his pants again. A hint of killing intent appeared in Hua Qi's eyes. The sword in his hand flashed, and Hua Jie's cry came to an abrupt end. "Eighth Prince, I welcome you back to the palace. Your humble servant respectfully welcomes the 8th Prince back to the palace." All of the officials knelt down. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Hua Qi would kill them. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to freeze. "All of you, gather the troops and take control of all of the Heavenly King's accomplices, troops and families," Hua Qi said after a long while. Hua Qi did not kill these people. Although they were detestable, they were the only ones who could keep the Blazing Sun Empire running. If he killed them all, who would help him? Yes, this lowly subject will immediately do so." "8th Prince, leave this matter to this lowly official." The civil and military officials all rushed to agree and then left in a hurry. What a joke. This was a good opportunity to express his feelings to Hua Qi, who would miss it. Soon, some of the ministers with heavy military forces retreated. The rest of the people were powerless civil officials who looked at Hua Qi and Lu Ming helplessly. Marquee champion, please. Hua Qi waved his hand and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and sat at a random table. As for Hua Qi, he sat on the seat where the Heavenly King had been. The other women knelt by the side, trembling. The civil officials also knelt on the ground and waited. Time passed, and the imperial capital was in chaos. Countless soldiers and horses galloped forward, surrounding and annihilating the underlings of Heavenly King Zhen. There were battles everywhere. Buzz! Buzz! Not long after, Lin Shui and the others arrived and appeared in the sky. Sect leader Lin, send some people to help us kill the Heaven Suppression King. Lu Ming told Lin Shui. All right. Lin Shui nodded, and then hundreds of martial grandmasters scattered around the imperial capital to help eliminate the Heaven Suppression King. With the addition of these experts, the remnants of the Heavenly King and those who were loyal to him were quickly killed. The entire imperial capital was filled with a massacre. Many ordinary people knew that the world had changed again. From now on, the imperial city was going to have a new ruler. When many people knew that it was the 8th prince who had returned, they were all very happy. The period of time when they were under the Heavenly King's rule had not been easy. A day later, the battle in the imperial capital had ended. The imperial capital had completely fallen into Hua Qi's hands. 2 days later, the blood-red iron cavalry arrived to help Hua Qi take complete control of the imperial capital. He would leave the rest to Hua Qi. Lu Ming could not be bothered. Sect leader Lin, it's time to go to the 10-direction sword sect. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui in a courtyard. All right. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with madness and anticipation. He had been waiting for this day for too long. An hour later, nearly 100 people, led by Lu Ming, flew towards the omnipresent sword sect. The 10-direction sword sect was not far from the imperial capital. It was about 10,000 miles away. They arrived in about an hour. More than 100 people were floating above the 10-square mountain. Activate the sect protecting formation. Quickly activate the sect protecting formation. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a loud roar was heard from the 10-direction sword sect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light filled the entire school. Inscriptions flickered, forming a sect protecting formation that enveloped the school. Countless sword chi were moving around. This sect protecting formation was similar to the mystical sword sect's sect protecting formation, but it was more powerful and mysterious. It was obvious that the Shifeng Sword School had already received the news. It seems that there are still many experts left in the 10-direction sword school. There's even a half-step king amongst them. Lin Shui and the others said. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. They could only rely on Lu Ming to break the sect-protecting formation of the omnidirectional sword sect. If they were to go, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Who? Lu Ming's claw clenched in the air and a long spear was formed. Then, the long spear lashed out at the omnipresent sword sect. At the same time, the long spear rapidly grew to the size of a mountain and shot toward the 10-direction sword school. Block it, block it. Roars of shock and anger came from the 10-direction sword sect. At the same time, the sect-protecting formation of the omnidirectional sword sect flickered madly. Several huge sword chi soared into the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, as the spear radiance pressed down, the sword chi was crushed like tofu. Boom! The spear radiance heavily struck the sect-protecting formation of the 10-direction sword sect. Bang! Bang! Immediately, all the foundations of the sect-protecting formation in the Shifeng sword sect exploded. Screams rang out as the people controlling the formation were killed by the backlash. With one move, the sect-protecting formation of the 10-direction sword sect was broken. Although they knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking and that he was a peerless king, Lin Shui and the rest were still shocked to see this scene with their own eyes. And NBSP, sect leader Lin, I will leave the rest to you. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had lost all interest in the following battles. All right, don't worry. Lin Shui nodded. They immediately charged in. This was a one-sided massacre. 90% of the 10-direction sword sect's experts had already died in the mystical sword sect. How could the remaining ones be a match for Lin Shui and the others? Blood chi filled the Shifeng mountain. Back to the Lu family again. However, Lin Shui and the others did not kill the innocent. They only killed the higher-ups of the 10 Direction Sword School. Most of them were martial artists above the Great Martial Master Realm. They didn't kill those below the Great Martial Master Realm. That was because martial artists below the rank of a martial grandmaster were not a big threat. Very quickly, the 10 Direction Sword sect quieted down. Lu Ming looked at the omnipresent sword school calmly, his face expressionless. In the world of martial Dao, killing was a daily affair. Every day, sects were destroyed, and new sects rose. It was very normal. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. He then turned around and left in the air. Next, there was no need for him to make a move. Lin Shui and the rest were more than enough to take down Tian Sha sect. Most of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fiend sect had died in the Mystical Sword sect, so they could not stop Lin Shui and the others. Stepping on the air, Lu Ming traveled 1,000 miles in an instant and headed towards the Mystical Sword sect. Soon, he returned to the Mystical Sword sect. Goldeneye, after this evolution, he's probably going to enter the King's realm. In the air in front of the Mystical Sword sect's mountain gate, Lu Ming looked at the blood cocoon suspended in the air and fell into deep thought. Then, Lu Ming moved and flew toward the depths of the Mystical Sword sect. Lu Ming arrived at Lu Yuntian's courtyard. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lu Ming had become a king and his name was known throughout the world, the two of them were very happy and always had smiles on their faces. "Father, mother." Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered, calling out softly. "Ming-er, you're back? Quickly sit down." Li Ping said with a smile. Lu Ming sat down. "Ming-er, why don't I see Miss Nianqing this time?" Li Ping asked. In the past, everyone knew that Xian Yanqing was always by Lu Ming's side. Later on, Xian Yanqing followed Lu Ming to take part in the Ditian Divine Guard assessment. Many people thought that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were a couple. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were quite fond of Xian Yanqing, so they were naturally very concerned about him. "Father, mother, Miss Xie has other matters to attend to, so she didn't return to the Blazing Sun Empire," Lu Ming said. At the mention of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. He was very worried. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. "Ming-er, did you guys fight? Sometimes a man should give in to a girl. You have to learn from your father," Li Ping said earnestly. Cough, cough. By the side, Lu Yuntian coughed a few times. "Father, mother, it's nothing. Miss Xie is just busy." "Oh, that's right." With that, Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. "Father, mother, these pills can nourish the body, replenish blood and qi, and prolong life. Although they can't repair father's meridians, they can still have a nourishing effect," Lu Ming said. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping kept the pills happily. They knew that Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm, so these pills were not of much use to him. From then on, Lu Ming would take time out to visit Lu Yuntian and Li Ping every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. After entering the Martial King realm, his understanding of martial arts had greatly improved. His comprehension of martial arts techniques was also greatly accelerated. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps to the limit of the 2nd step. 7 days later, he successfully cultivated the 3rd step. With 3 steps, the power of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps increased by more than 10 times, reaching the 6th level of the heaven-grade low-level martial technique. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the 3rd level of the 3 wonders of Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming had another killer move. During these 7 days, the Burning Sun Empire was in a state of shock. The 10 Direction Sword sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect were destroyed, and the 8th prince killed the Heavenly Suppression King and took back the imperial capital. Every single one of them was enough to shake the entire Blazing Sun Empire. The most shocking news was the return of the marquee champion, Lu Ming, who had reached the Martial King realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, wherever the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family's armies passed, the factions that belonged to the 10 Direction Sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect surrendered. There was almost no intense battle. Half a month later, The entire Burning Sun Empire was under the control of the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the royal family. The Blazing Sun Empire had been unified like never before. As the saying went, a country could not go a day without a ruler. At this moment, many people suggested that Hua Qi should inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire. However, Hua Qi did not agree. He used the fact that the Blazing Sun Empire had just experienced a great war as an excuse to refuse. After 2 days, everyone tried to persuade Hua Qi again, but he still refused. At this moment, someone came to Lu Ming, hoping that he could persuade Hua Qi to ascend the throne. Lu Ming nodded and made a trip to the imperial capital. After that, the imperial family announced to the world that Hua Qi would officially ascend the throne in the imperial capital in a month's time. At the same time, the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley were named the 2 holy lands of martial arts in the Burning Sun Empire. In addition, Lu Ming was conferred the title of Champion King and the Defender General of the state. The Lu family was given the title of a first-class family, on par with noble families. The news spread and attracted worldwide attention. Countless forces, big and small, were preparing to rush to the imperial capital to celebrate the new emperor's ascension to the throne. This was because everyone knew very well that Lu Ming was behind Hua Qi. A king tier who wasn't even 20 years old was the main point. As long as Lu Ming was not dead, Hua Qi's authority would be impregnable. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was anticipating the arrival of the next month. Even the other 35 empires were paying attention to this matter. However, Lu Ming did not care about any of that. He brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping back to Fiery Wind City and the Lu family. Red lights were hung all over the Lu family's residence, and it was a jubilant scene. Countless people were going in and out, and it was extremely lively. The Lu family was now a first-class family, such as a noble family. In the past few days, anyone with some power in the hundreds of cities had come to congratulate them. The young master is back, and so are the master and madam. His loud roar caused the entire Lu family to boil. Master, madam, the young master is back. The news instantly spread throughout the Lu family. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the Lu family's main gate, they were dumbfounded to discover that countless people had swarmed out. At the very front were the few remaining core elders of the Lu family, and the branch masters of a few branches. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people whom Lu Ming did not know. Greetings, family head, madam, young master. I haven't seen you for many years. I can die without any regrets. A core elder bowed in greeting. He looked at Lu Yuntian and nearly shed tears. Everyone please rise. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After so many years, he had finally returned to the Lu family. I am the City Lord of Flowing Light City. Greetings to the Champion King, the Lu family's head, and Madam Lu. A burly man with a stout face squeezed out of the crowd and knelt down before Lu Ming. I'm the head of the Lu family in Wutong City. Greetings, Champion King. Patriarch Lu, do you still recognize me? I'm Lucio, the City Lord of Fragrant City. Behind him, a group of people came over to greet him. All right, everyone, let us in first. Lu Ming waved his hand and shouted. His words seemed to contain endless majesty. Everyone quieted down and made way for Lu Ming and the rest to enter. Chapter 490 Returning to Earth Cave. After Lu Ming and the others entered, the core elders and branch masters of the Lu family followed closely behind. All the branch masters were secretly glad that Lu Yunxiong had not killed Lu Ming back then. Otherwise, the Lu clan would not be where it was today. The stronger the Lu clan was, the more they would benefit. Now, as branch masters, their authority was even greater than that of the castellans of major cities. The castellans of major cities had to listen to them, which made them extremely happy. Naturally, they were even more respectful to Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and the others. The group of them arrived at the Lu family's courtyard. Dozens of tables were already filled with banquets, and the group invited Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping to the topmost table. Everyone, thank you for coming. I haven't been back for many years. Now, I'd like to propose a toast to everyone. Lu Yuntian raised his wine cup and said loudly. Back then, Lu Yuntian was rather famous in many large cities. There were many old friends of his present. Brother Yuntian, it's been so many years. I didn't expect that we would meet again. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, Lu Yuntian's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, haha, how have you been? Lu Ming also looked over, a smile on his face. The person who had just spoken was Zhou Linshan. Lu Ming could still clearly remember that he had met Zhou Linshan on his first mission after joining the mystical sword sect. It was also from Zhou Linshan that he learned that Lu Yuntian was still alive. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his fists. Champion King, you don't have to be so polite. I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Zhou Linshan waved his hand. In his heart, however, he was extremely complicated and sighed. When he had first met Lu Ming was only a young fellow at the Master Realm. In just a few years, Lu Ming had actually become a king tier whose name shook the world. That was a king tier. Just thinking about this word made his heart tremble. Brother Zhou, you're welcome. Come on. Lu Yuntian waved his hand. Back then, the fact that Lu Yuntian had entrusted the Heavenly Star Sword and 2 other important items to Zhou Linshan was proof of their relationship. At this moment, Lu Yuntian was extremely happy to see an old friend. At this moment, Zhou Linshan no longer declined and walked toward Lu Ming and the rest seats. Haha, Brother Zhou, it's been years since we last met. You and I have both grown old. Come, let's drink 3 big bowls first. Lu Yuntian laughed heartily. He no longer used a cup but a large bowl, filling 2 bowls with wine. Haha, good. Infected by Lu Yuntian's heroic spirit, Zhou Linshan let loose as well. He laughed heartily and drank 3 bowls of wine with Lu Yuntian. The city lords and family heads looked at Zhou Linshan with envy. Zhou Linshan had such a good relationship with the Lu family? What an honor it was to be able to sit at the same table as Lu Ming and Lu Yuntian. Many people even thought that they should build a good relationship with Zhou Linshan in the future. Following that, Lu Ming also toasted Zhou Linshan. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping left. The others continued to drink. In the next few days, there were people who came to the Lu family to congratulate him. Lu Ming did not meet any of them and focused on cultivation. As for Lu Yuntian, he would meet some of his acquaintances. As time passed slowly, Lu Ming's understanding of the intent realm became deeper and deeper. However, the wind and fire intents were still far from being able to condense intent runes. On the other hand, his thunder mentality was improving rapidly every day because of the Thunder Cauldron. On the other hand, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes had also completely stabilized at the 3rd level. However, if he wanted to cultivate to the 4th level, he had to condense intent runes from all 3 types of intents. Very quickly, more than 10 days had passed. At this moment, the people of the Lu clan were already preparing to set off for the Imperial City. The Lu family was an important guest this time. On the other hand, Lu Ming had brought Li Ping and Lu Yuntian to the Imperial capital earlier than them. On his 2nd day in the Imperial capital, Lu Ming went to the General Star Hall and walked towards the Earth Cave. During this period of time, the General Star Hall had already started operating again. The students who had not died in the past had all returned to the General Star Hall. The only thing that Lu Ming was curious about in the Blazing Sun Empire was the Earth Aeon Cave. There were 13 levels in the Earth Cave, and it was said that it was opened by the king of the imperial family. It was said that only the king could enter the 12th and 13th levels. Moreover, there was another saying that the 13th level of the royal family wasn't the limit. Because with that king's strength, he could only open the 13th level. After that, even the king couldn't do it. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Earth Cave. No, the champion. The few burly men at the gate were shocked to see Lu Ming. They stammered for a long time but could not complete a sentence. Lu Ming smiled and walked in. At this time, the few burly men guarding the door finally reacted. Who is that, Nest? He actually walked in just like that. He seems pretty arrogant. Around them, there were other young men. A young man with an arrogant face said with some dissatisfaction. You must be fucking blind. That's Lu Ming, the Champion King. You don't know him? You're a new student who just joined not long ago? On the side, someone looked at him in disdain. What? That was Lu Ming. No, that was the champion. My idol, my idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh my god, I missed my idol just like that. No, I'm going to wait for him here. The arrogance on the young man's face disappeared and was replaced by admiration. The news of Lu Ming's arrival in the Earth Cave spread throughout the General Star Hall in an instant. Countless people surrounded the Earth Cave. Some young men who were in closed-door cultivation hurriedly ended their cultivation and rushed to the Earth Cave after receiving the news. Most of them were girls. Lu Ming, who had reached the Martial King realm before the age of 20, was unprecedented in the history of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, let alone the Blazing Sun Empire. Young girls all admired heroes and were fond of geniuses. Lu Ming was such a peerless genius. Naturally, countless young girls would admire and like him. Countless people were waiting outside the Earth Cave. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know that he had caused such a huge sensation. He went all the way down without stopping. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th level. At this point, the fire spiritual qi was extremely rich and violent. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate here at all, as their meridians would be burned by the violent fire spiritual qi. However, to Lu Ming, this bit of fiery spiritual energy was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze. He did not feel anything. He continued down. When he arrived at the 10th floor, he felt that the fire spiritual qi there was several times denser and more violent than the 9th floor. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to go down. Level 11, Level 12. When Lu Ming reached the 12th floor, his expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual qi here had already reached an exaggerated level. The endless fire spiritual qi was extremely violent and ravaged wantonly. The surrounding walls had completely turned into crystals and were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt that even a half-step king would be killed by the fire spiritual qi if he cultivated here. Only a king could come here. Gifting a secret manual. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. This place was really strange. The deeper he went, the richer and more violent the fire spiritual energy would be. What was down there? How could such a strange area be formed? Lu Ming was very curious. He continued down and came to the 13th level. Boom! The surging fire spiritual energy hit him in the face. Lu Ming felt as if he had walked into a volcano, and the scorching aura filled his body. This fire spiritual qi is too abnormal. Lu Ming activated the concept of fire to block the fire spiritual qi outside. He then looked around. The 13th floor was very small, only the size of an ordinary secret room. The surrounding walls had already turned into fiery red-colored glass. The stone room was empty. Lu Ming could feel that the violent fire spiritual energy was coming from under his feet. It seems that the martial king of the royal family could only dig up to here. He didn't have the strength to go any further. It's true. The fire spiritual qi here is unbearable for ordinary king-level cultivators. Lu Ming pondered. However, although he was only at the early stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm, he was no ordinary king. He was so powerful that he could kill a Level 3 Martial King. With 3 intent realms protecting him and his true essence exploding, the fire spiritual qi here couldn't do anything to him. Then I'll continue digging and see what's down there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a 5th level spiritual weapon, a broadsword, appeared in his hand. Buzz! Lu Ming slashed the broadsword at the ground. There were 3 types of intent realms on the saber. Clang clang clang. When the broadsword hit the ground, it was as if it had hit an iron block. Sparks flew everywhere, but the ground was still cut into pieces of glazed stones. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the stone away. Then, he continued to chop. Very soon, Lu Ming had created a big hole that continued downward. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming began to expand in all directions. 2 hours later, a stone chamber appeared. The 14th floor. Here, the fire spiritual qi had reached a terrifying level, but he still couldn't see what was emitting it. Lu Ming frowned. This was because he had already reached his limit. If he continued to go down, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it with his strength. This was too terrifying. This is amazing. No matter what's down there, I'm afraid it's very amazing. Forget it. I'm not strong enough now. When I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely dig all the way down and see what's down there. Lu Ming decided in his heart. There's still a dozen days before Hua Qi's ascension. I can cultivate here. The fire spiritual qi here was extremely rich, and it contained a powerful fire concept. It was a good place to cultivate and comprehend the fire concept, which was definitely many times stronger than the outside world. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth, and billowing fire spiritual qi gathered in the dragon's mouth. The violent fire spiritual qi was refined by the 9 dragons' bloodline and directly transformed into vital essence. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his consciousness and began to comprehend the concept of fire. As expected, it was much faster to comprehend the fire concept here than outside. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of fire slowly deepened. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. There were only 2 days left before Hua Qi's ascension. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and walked out of the Earth Aeon Cave. Look, Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Cave, he heard a shrill scream. Then, he saw a large group of girls looking at him with shining eyes. Is that the champion Wang Lu Ming? He's so handsome. It's over. It's over. I'm already tempted. What should I do? I want to marry him. There were at least a few hundred girls staring at him with bright eyes. No way. I've been cultivating for more than 10 days. Why is there still someone waiting here? Lu Ming was speechless. He moved and left the place, leaving behind a group of sighing girls. The imperial capital was getting more and more lively. All the tens of thousands of cities in the Blazing Sun Empire had sent envoys to congratulate them. Not only that, but even the other empires had sent envoys. The imperial capital was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, 3 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. Come, Big Rock, the 3 of us haven't had a drink together in a long time. Come, accompany me and 3 big bowls. Hua Qi lifted a large bowl of wine and said to a tall youth. The 3 of them were Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi. A few days ago, Pang Shi had followed the mystical sword sex group to the imperial capital. As soon as Lu Ming came out of seclusion, Hua Qi dragged Lu Ming and Pang Shi out for a drink. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He and Pang Shi had not seen each other for a long time. The scene of the 3 of them often drinking in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. All right, I'll drink with you. Pang Shi picked up the big bowl and finished it in one gulp. He then scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Out of the 3 of us, one of us is about to become the emperor, and the other is a world-famous king. I'm the weakest of us all. I'm only a 9th grade master realm cultivator. Big Rock, don't be discouraged. You're a steady person with a strong foundation. Your future achievements are limitless. In the future, I might have to give up my position as the Defender General of the state to you. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder. Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, I'm not discouraged. I'm just happy for the 2 of you. When I return to the village in the future, I'll say that I know the 2 of you. I wonder how many people will be envious? Pang Shi smiled honestly. And that's right. Lu Ming waved his hand and some books and jade bottles appeared on the table. Lu Ming picked up the 3 books and passed them to Pang Shi. Big Rock, there are 3 cultivation technique manuals here. All of them are low-rank earth grade. They are very suitable for you to cultivate. Take them. What? An earth grade secret art? Senior brother Lu Ming, this is too precious. I can't take it. Pang Shi waved his hands. Big Rock, just take it. To be honest, I have no use for these cultivation techniques and secret manuals. It's a waste. You should take them and cultivate. Lu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Pang Shi accepted the gift. He was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. In the Blazing Sun Empire, A low earth-grade cultivation method or martial skill was definitely one of the best. Hua Qi, these books are for you. Lu Ming passed the other books to Hua Qi. Many thanks. Hua Qi did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. He knew that given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would not be able to use these cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Also, these pills can help you break through the shackles and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming pointed at the pills and said to the two of them. He then split the pills into 2 portions and handed them over to Hua Qi and Pang Shi. Many of these pills were obtained from the Martial King's storage ring, and they were definitely of high quality. After the two of them put it away, they were extremely excited. Chapter 492 The Kings Come to Congratulate. With the secret manual and pills that Lu Ming gave them, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After that, the two of them drank and chatted. They only dispersed after drinking for a few hours. 2 days later, in front of the palace, there was a very wide square filled with tables. There were countless armored soldiers guarding the square, making it so that not even a drop of water could pass through. There was an altar in the square. Hua Qi was wearing a dragon robe. Surrounded by the civil and military officials and the city lords, he was going to worship the heavens and the ancestors, and officially become the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire. After the meeting ended, it was time for a banquet to be held, inviting the entire world. The champion king, the defender general of the state has arrived. Lu family head, Madame Lu has arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping walked in from outside. Your humble servant greets your majesty. This commoner pays his respects to your majesty. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Hua Qi cupped their fists and saluted. Champion King, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, please dispense with the formalities. Come, men, please take a seat. Hua Qi hurriedly welcomed them and helped Lu Ming and the other two up. Then, he sat down next to the 3 of them. It was the closest seat to him. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect has arrived. The valley master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley has arrived. Soon after, Lin Shui and Ling Patian led a few gold-robed elders and a few young elites into the arena. Everyone first paid their respects to Hua Qi, then presented their congratulatory gifts. Following that, some of the smaller forces of the Blazing Sun Empire also sent people to greet the new emperor and present their gifts. The Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Prefecture Master has arrived. All of a sudden, a loud shout silenced the entire place. The Master of Great Sun Prefecture? Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others were shocked. On the other hand, Lu Ming's expression was cold. It was said that the Great Sun Mansion Master was one of the 2 kings in the Blood Zhao Empire and had lived for hundreds of years. Outside the square, an old man in a sun robe walked in with dozens of other old men and burly men. Jin Yang, the Master of Great Sun Prefecture, pays his respects to the new Blazing Sun Emperor. And NBSP, the Great Sun Prefecture Master, led the group and bowed to Hua Qi, then turned to Lu Ming. Great Sun Mansion, hee, I haven't even gone to find you, and you've already come to me. Lu Ming stood up slowly, the aura on his body rising rapidly. Champion King, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. And NBSP, the Great Sun Prefecture Master's face changed and he shouted. Oh, a misunderstanding? Your Great Sun Mansion's 100,000-strong Sun Army is attacking the Blazing Sun Empire. Is this also a misunderstanding? Lu Ming sneered. Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. I was in seclusion at that time and had no idea what had happened. It was all because my subordinates were bewitched. As soon as I came out of seclusion and learned of this, I killed the Sun Legion's commander-in-chief. Today, I'm here to apologize to the Champion King and all of you. And NBSP, the Great Sun Mansion Master, quickly explained. He was really honest and didn't have the dignity that a king should have. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was all because of Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture Master would not have come to congratulate Hua Qi. Even if he had come, he would have come here to avenge the 100,000 Sun Legion. However, because of Lu Ming, The other party did not dare to say anything about the death of the 100,000 Sun Legion. Instead, he came to apologize pitifully. And NBSP, after saying that, the Great Sun Prefecture Master waved his hand and many boxes appeared on the ground. In the boxes were all kinds of spirit weapons, pills, and blacksmithing materials. And they were all of high grade. Many of them were level 4. Champion King, this is a small gift from me. Please accept it. The Great Sun Prefecture Master laughed. He was indeed very afraid. Previously, Lu Ming had killed many kings in one battle, which made his heart shiver. He was afraid that if Lu Ming were to go to Great Sun Mansion in anger, he would be finished. He was only a first-tier martial king and probably could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The Manor Master of Great Sun Manor smiled apologetically and looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. This made the other people on the field feel a myriad of emotions. In the past, the Great Sun Prefecture Master was a legendary figure who was high up in the air and looked down on everyone. They wanted to see him, but they couldn't even see him. Now, such a person was like a junior in front of Lu Ming. He was smiling cautiously. This made them feel strange. Some of the young people were so excited that they were trembling. They clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts, "This is what a true martial artist should be like. In the future, I'll be like this too, so that I won't live in vain." Lu Ming did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes and seemed to be in deep thought. The Great Sun Prefecture Master just looked on, not daring to make a sound. After a moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Today is a day of great joy for the Burning Sun Empire. I won't hold it against you. But remember, if you dare to offend the Burning Sun Empire again, I will personally raise the Great Sun Mansion to the ground." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent when he said the last sentence. And NBSP, the Master of Great Sun Mansion and the other higher-ups of Great Sun Mansion broke out in cold sweat and their hearts turned cold. "Thank you, Champion King." And NBSP, the people from Great Sun Mansion cupped their fists and thanked him. "You're a guest, sit down." Lu Ming waved his hand. And NBSP, the people from Great Sun Mansion felt like they had been granted amnesty and let out a long sigh of relief. They sat down. The Night Moon King of the Nine Nights Empire has arrived. At this time, a loud shout was heard. The entire place fell silent again. The Night Moon King of the Nine Nights Empire was also a martial king realm expert whose name shook the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. He was the #1 expert in the Nine Nights Empire. He didn't expect that even such a person would come. Hua Qi, Lin Shui, and the others were ecstatic as they quickly stood up to welcome him. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. "Haha, Yi Yu congratulates the new Blazing Sun Emperor on his ascension to the throne. Greetings, Champion King." The Night Moon King bowed slightly to Hua Qi, then solemnly to Lu Ming. Everyone knew that the Night Moon King had come for Lu Ming. "Please sit, Night Moon King." Lu Ming waved his hands and said, "The sect master of the No-Return sect has arrived. The Grand Supreme Leader of the Carefree sect has arrived. King Jin Ke has arrived." Following that, loud shouts could be heard. Everyone present was shocked beyond words. This was because the people who had come were all the overlords of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. They were all martial king realm experts. Every single one of them was an unrivaled figure in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. They were all legendary mighty people. Usually they were elusive, but now they had actually come here together. Finally, in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the kings of the 8 medium empires had almost all arrived. There were a total of 15 of them. One had to know that there were less than 20 kings in all the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It could be said that most of the king tiers had arrived. Everyone from the Burning Sun Empire was excited. This was an honor, and this honor was brought by Lu Ming. Everyone knew that these experts were here for Lu Ming. A king tier who wasn't even 20 years old was too shocking. His future was limitless, so they naturally had to curry favor with him as soon as possible and befriend him. When Lu Ming became stronger in the future, they would not be qualified to befriend him even if they wanted to. Kill the King of Assassins. Champion King, I think the scar on your father's face should have been left over the past 10 years. I have some crystal morning cream here. Although it can't cure your father's meridian injury, it should be enough to treat this scar. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He was the Grand Emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire and was at the middle stage of the Martial King realm. He was known as one of the 3 strongest people in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. He took out a jade bottle and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming was ecstatic and took it without any hesitation. Although he could not heal Lu Yuntian's meridians, Lu Ming was overjoyed that he could heal the scar on his face. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping also bowed to the Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Imperial Sire. Haha, no need to be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Emperor laughed. Then, everyone took their seats. At this moment, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Your Excellency, you've been watching there for so long, shouldn't you show yourself?" What? Lu Ming's words shocked the others, and they all looked up at the sky. However, the sky was very clear. There wasn't a single cloud in sight, so where was the person? Without clouds, how could one hide? Could Lu Ming have sensed wrongly? At this moment hee, as expected of the champion king. To become a king at such a young age, you're indeed extraordinary. You can actually sense me. A sneer came from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was an old man in a black robe with white hair and a cold face. It's you, the Netherworld old ghost of the Hades Palace. The moment the Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Emperor saw this old man, he shouted. On the battlefield, the King Tyr also turned pale with fright. Could this elder be the strongest assassin of the Hades Palace, one of the 3 strongest experts in the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness, Netherworld, who was as famous as the Cloud Wilderness Empire's retired emperor? This was a name that would make people's faces change. The Hades Palace was the #1 assassin organization in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It had branches in every empire. The Blazing Sun Empire also had a branch of the Hades Palace, which was also known as one of the 4 major assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. It could be said that the Underworld Royal Palace was the enemy of all the people in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Almost every powerful force had someone assassinated by the Underworld Royal Palace. At this moment, Netherworld's appearance made many people's faces change. You've been hiding in the sky and acting sneaky. Do you think I don't know? If you're here to congratulate me, I'll welcome you. If not, then get lost. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the Netherworld. Hee, Champion King, you're indeed young and impetuous. What a big tone. Yu Ming sneered and continued, Lu Ming, you're the one who shouldn't have appeared. Once you appear, the balance of the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun will be broken sooner or later. Therefore, it's best that you disappear from this world. You want to kill me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, it said that some time ago, you killed an early Level 3 Martial King Realm warrior. I can only say that rumors are really powerful, and those who spread these rumors are brainless people who don't understand the secrets of the Martial King Realm at all. In the Martial King Realm, it's impossible for a warrior who has just broken through to the Martial King Realm to cross 2 levels and kill a Level 3 Martial King Realm warrior. So many people. How stupid. They actually believed such words? Netherworld sneered, and his eyes revealed killing intent. Lu Ming's rise made the Hades Palace feel threatened. Now, the Underworld Royal Mansion could get whatever they wanted in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Many forces were in awe of them. He was already used to such a life. However, Lu Ming, a young king, had appeared. His future achievements would definitely surpass his. When that time came, the Hades Palace would not have a good life. Therefore, he decided to kill Lu Ming completely before he grew up. Then you can try. Lu Ming said. I'll try, I'll try. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly shot out from Netherworld's hand. The sword gleam was extremely sharp and unbelievably fast. It was soundless as it stabbed towards Lu Ming's throat. Fast, it was too fast. He had crossed thousands of meters in the void. He was fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! The long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands at some point in time. He thrust the spear and it hit the sword light. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword light was sent flying. Buzz! The sword light flew back to Netherworld's hand. You have some skills. Netherworld said faintly. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew high into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took a step forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had unleashed all 3 intents at the same time. An incomparably terrifying energy burst forth, blasting towards Netherworld. Break! The sound of a sword rang out as a sword light shot out from Netherworld's hand. It was even more powerful than before. However, the sword gleam crumbled under Lu Ming's feet. Under the powerful force, Netherworld was forced to retreat 5 to 6 steps. Boom! Immediately after, Lu Ming took his second step. A power that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted. So strong? Netherworld's expression changed for the first time, and it became extremely solemn. His body flashed with a Silavira light as he burst out with the power of his bloodline. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Ghosts wailed and Wallevers howled in the world. A black sword light stabbed forward. In the process of the sword light, countless ghostly shadows flashed. Boom! A deafening boom erupted between heaven and earth, and the entire imperial capital began to shake. In the next moment, Netherworld spat out a large mouthful of blood. His figure retreated rapidly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was too powerful. Lu Ming was too powerful. He was even more powerful than the rumors had said. He now believed that Lu Ming had really killed an early-stage 3rd-level Martial King realm expert. But it was too late to believe it now. That was because Lu Ming had already taken his 3rd step. 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, 3 steps in a row, the power continued to stack. The power of this step was like a vast ocean, boundless and endless, submerging the Netherworld. No, no. Netherworld howled madly. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to break out of the range of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, it was all in vain. As the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps landed, Netherworld's body cracked at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Then he exploded in the air. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline to devour Netherworld's blood essence. At the same time, he took off his storage ring. Then, with a wave of his hand, a flame appeared and burned Netherworld's corpse to ashes. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. Especially the kings, they couldn't stop gasping. They felt cold all over, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Netherworld, whose name had shaken the Emperor Yun's 36 nations for hundreds of years, had caused countless people to turn pale at the mention of it. How could it be killed by Lu Ming so easily? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. You're tuning in to the Pswekis Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.